All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. See a few more people coming in. Well, thank you all for taking some time out of this lovely spring afternoon to join us for the start of what I think is going to be 3 days of really important conversations about the past that also I think reflect both on the present and will help us think about the future. This is our 2026 conference for the Philosophical Society. It is in part inspired by our museum exhibition, These Truths. And if you haven't had a chance yet, I encourage you during the breaks, whether it's during lunch or between the sessions, to walk over to 5th and Chestnut to Philosophical Hall and to check out this remarkable museum exhibition. In it, we have 19 first and early printings of the Declaration of Independence. We believe it's the most that have ever been mounted in one location at any time. It includes Thomas Jefferson's final draft of the Declaration of Independence that includes in the margins all the changes that Congress made to that version, which Jefferson always thought ruined the true meaning of the Declaration. So I encourage you all to visit it. The theme of that exhibition is both the importance of the Declaration in its own time, but also how this Declaration has continued to evolve alongside American society. So our conference today is inspired by this anniversary, 2026, the 250th of 1776. This is this conference, this year really is a culmination of years of planning at the Philosophical Society and of course beyond here. The Society hosted its first conference thinking about 2026 in 2021. It was called The Meanings of Independence. It was right after COVID, and we thought in 5 years there's going to be this incredible commemoration anniversary. How do we want to think about the meanings of independence? And at that time, we were coming out of COVID in 2021, and now in 2026, we're in a much different period of time. And I think the meanings of independence may mean something different now, today, 5 years later. But if you're interested to know about that earlier conference, this is the publication. It's The Origins of the Revolution. It's in our transactions. You can see a copy of it in the back with our APS Press, along with all of our other books that we have there. So our conference today is, again, part of this 5-year-long conversation. After that 2021 meeting, the Society hosted conferences at Mount Vernon, at the Concord Museum, in Boston at the Mass Historical Society, also in Hong Kong with the University of Chicago and the University of Hong Kong. And after our event in October, we're going to be at Paris where Bertrand van Rumbeek is going to be hosting a conference looking at 2026 from the French perspective. And I want to thank all those that made this conference possible, most especially the National Endowment for Humanities, who provided a grant to underwrite some of the costs of this conference, and also, of course, the program committee, which included Brendan McConville, who's the head of the David Center for the American Revolution at the APS, Catherine Grandjean, Bertrand van Rumbeek, and Brenna Holland. So I think they all are owed a round of applause for the work that they've done. Now, before I hand things over to Eric Slaughter to start to host the first panel, there are a few things I also want to share about the Philosophical Society that might be of interest to those in the audience. I see a lot of familiar faces, but also some new ones, most of whom here are either historians or very historically minded. And so you may think about the APS as a library and museum, and we have an incredible library and museum. It has 14 million pages of manuscripts, and one of our core areas of holding is in the era of the American Revolution. But the Society does a lot more, and a lot more beyond just these walls. We offer over 300 research grants a year, and our motto, as you can see on our seal, is Nullo Discrimine. We don't discriminate. We support research in all different fields. So we support fellows coming to our library to conduct research, but we also support scholars who need to conduct research anywhere in the globe in any different field, including history. So if you need to conduct research in Great Britain, in the Middle East, or within the United States itself, I encourage you to check out our research program. We have a lot of opportunities for those who need research support to conduct that original research. And we also have, as I mentioned before, a press, and we have a new partnership with the University of Pennsylvania Press. And our press is a wonderful opportunity to publish books, but also journal articles in our proceedings and the like. So if you have a moment, check out some of our offerings. Our most recent book was by noted legal scholar Cass Sunstein, called The Imperfect Oracle, What AI Can and Cannot Do. But again, we publish in all different fields. Another recent book is on Thomas Sully's Philadelphia that was written by Peter Kahn, the former provost of the University of Pennsylvania. So by all means, I hope you all will take a few moments to explore all that the APS does and all that we may be able to offer you in your scholarly pursuits. So with that, it's now my pleasure to introduce Eric Slaughter, who is the Deputy Dean of Arts and Humanities at the University of Chicago and is the founding academic director of the Carla Scherer Center for the Study of American Culture. Eric is going to chair our first panel, The Origins of Independence Reconsidered.
Well, as our speakers take the stage, it's my great pleasure to introduce them. As our speakers take the stage, it's my great pleasure to introduce them. I'm going to give them each introduction right now and then invite them to come up. We're going to depart a little bit from the program schedule, just to accommodate a sense of chronology. But our first speaker is Andrew Shankman. Andy received his PhD from Princeton University and is professor of history at Rutgers University. He has served as the editor of the Journal of the Early Republic and is at present president-elect of the Society for Historians of the Early American Republic and president of the Executive Council of the McNeill Center for Early American Studies. That is too many presidencies. Right? Wasn't the American Revolution against like multiple office holding? Okay. He is the author of Original Intents, Hamilton, Jefferson, Madison, and the American Founding, and of Crucial of American Democracy, The Struggle to Fuse Egalitarianism and Capitalism in Jeffersonian Pennsylvania, and of the edited collections Anglicizing America, Empire, Revolution, Republic, The World of the Revolutionary American Republic, Land, Labor, and the Conflict for a Continent, and Rethinking America, Empire to Republic, as well as over 20 essays on the American Revolution and the founding era, including in the most recent William and Mary Quarterly, the forum. Our second speaker is Eva Landsberg, who is in the program in Early American Economy and Society, the Pease Postdoctoral Fellow at the Library Company of Philadelphia, having received her PhD in history from Yale University in 2025. Her research explores the political economy of the early modern Atlantic world, with a particular focus on the close relationship between between North America and the Caribbean. Her in-progress book manuscript, which traces the Caribbean roots of the American Revolution, has been supported by fellowships from institutions including the Library Company, the New England Regional Fellowship Consortium, the British Library, the Huntington Library, the Massachusetts Historical Society, and the American Antiquarian Society. Leave some money for the rest of us, Eva. Karen Barzilay is an editor at the Adams Papers editorial project at the Massachusetts Historical Society. Working primarily on digital projects, she is proud to have been part of the team that produced the John Quincy Adams Digital Diary, making available 15,000 manuscript pages of Adams journals that are now fully online, verified, and searchable. And subject to ruining your weekend because you deep dive into these documents that are just so revelatory. Karen earned her doctorate in American Studies from William and Mary in 2009, and her paper draws from her dissertation, 50 Gentlemen, Total Strangers, A Portrait of the First Continental Congress. So please welcome to the stage Andrew Shankman for the Stamp Act Conversation, Transatlantic Empire Men, and the Resolution of an Imperial Conflict.
Thanks very much, Eric, and thank you all for coming. Before I get started, and a mindful that huge clock has already started ticking down, but I'm going to take a minute or two to apologize to you all. I was part of that conference in Boston that Patrick mentioned, and up there they asked us to write article-length pre-circulated papers, and I didn't read Brenna's instructions, so my paper's a lot longer than it's supposed to be, and I do apologize for that. Actually, I was thinking I was going to blame myself, because why shouldn't I? But now that Patrick's here and mentioned it, I'll blame Patrick. So Patrick, don't change the rules on me next time. I suppose if you came here today thinking what I want are papers twice as long as I have, then you're welcome. I'm thinking of your needs. So all right, let me talk about my overly long paper and situate it for you in the 17 minutes and 17 seconds I have left. My paper starts with a quote from James Otis in The Rights of the British Colonies Asserted and Proved of 1764, the pamphlet in which he denounces the Sugar Act. And if people know anything about the pamphlet, they tend to know this one quote, and they might not even know the quote comes from that pamphlet, but it's cited a lot and it's used a lot. And the quote is James Otis saying, "One single act of Parliament," meaning the Sugar Act of 1764, "one single act of Parliament has set people a thinking in 6 months more than they had done in their whole lifetime before." And I think it's fair to say, Eva, who uses this quote, doesn't do this because she's written a brilliant dissertation and she'll talk to you about it on her own. But I think it's fair to say that other than Eva, most people kind of habitually cite that quote as a sort of inevitable coming of a revolutionary consciousness. And so my paper is arguing that it's very much not that at all. And what I do in the paper is I use Otis and then Franklin, because why not? Here we are, and try to build the world around them through a sort of a long look at imperial development of what they would have been thinking in that 6 months, and sort of this, and then the next 6 months, it's broadly the sugar and stamp act crisis. So let me talk a little bit about what they were thinking and the world of imperial possibility that they imagined as they were provoked into thinking because of this new policy that had come in 1764, and then was followed in 65 by the more famous Stamp Act. So in his pamphlet, it's a 90-page pamphlet, counting the appendix that he intended people to read along with it. Actually, Otis takes very, very seriously his imperial subject to it, and is really wrestling with what it means to be a British imperial subject in the middle of the 6th decade of the 18th century. In many ways, what he's doing in that pamphlet and what he's thinking about are the possibilities and challenges of the kind of empire he's actually living in. And what I would argue, and I do argue in the paper, is that he and Franklin, through the ways that I discussed them, actually have come up with a pretty good and shrewd understanding of the nature of that empire. And it's a shrewd understanding that actually is matched by a pretty equally shrewd understanding by certain British policymakers who actually get into power in the midst of the Stamp Act crisis, and who, therefore, a lot of salutary conversation and business can result, and does result. I'll talk a little bit about it. What exactly does Otis think of the empire he lives in, and what empire does he think he's living in? And what Otis shows in his pamphlet is that he believed that the 13 American colonies in particular had provided profoundly unique advantages to the British Empire that it had been drawing on and could continue to do a good job of drawing on. Advantages that were not, in fact, able to be provided by other British colonies, though the other British colonies had their own advantages as well, or other colonies and other empires. There was something unique and specific about these 13 mainland colonies that provided Britain with advantages that other empires didn't have and that other colonies in the British Empire couldn't provide. And what essentially were they? And what he hits again and again and again is the vast population of North America, an unprecedented population for colonies in the early modern Anglophone world. And what he argues about, and also a vast space, which means that the population can likely and will continue to grow larger and larger. There will be this unprecedented colonial population that will be within a broader British Empire. And what he argues is that this population offers the unique advantages of an unprecedented consumer market. That it's only the 13 North American colonies that can actually absorb hundreds and hundreds, if not ultimately millions of pounds per year, the value of goods manufactured by the imperial center. This is not something that can really be done by other colonies or other European competitor empires. And so what does that mean? Well, what that means, Otis argues, is that what Parliament should be thinking about doing is how to build upon and facilitate this consumption power. What can they do to continue to make it grow and cause it to get larger and larger to provide these unique opportunities to the British Empire? And particularly, he says, the way to do that is to, in fact, facilitate much greater trade with the French West Indies. The Sugar Act is, in ways we'll talk about, kind of threatening to limit that trade. prior acts, at least in theory, were attempting to prohibit that trade, but he says what you should be doing is looking for every way you can to boost the consumption power of the North American colonies, and a key way to do that is to actually move as close as you can to free trade with the French West Indian colonies. The British West Indies just simply cannot meet the market demands for sugar or for molasses that the empire has produced, particularly with the North American colonies in the middle of it. And so he starts to then talk about what does it mean to have a colonies with such a huge population, already over 1/3 the population of the mother country, and quickly approaching something that will be half, and not before too long, almost equal the size. Other empires don't have this. What does it mean to have this? What do you even think about those colonies? What do you even call those colonies? And he wrestles with different ideas and different plans, and he talks about the way in which these colonies have been understood and viewed in the past. And the term he comes up with, which I think is a really productive and powerful and fascinating term, is that these colonies are what he calls subordinate dominions. And what I argue is that both words have equal power for Otis. Subordinate, which the colonies, he says, unquestionably are to Britain and to the sovereign parliament, but also dominions, which suggests a level of autonomy and sovereignty. So subordinate dominions. And what I suggest is that this is Otis's 18th century way of talking about what we scholars in the 21st century call settler colonialism, the settler colonial challenge. That in many ways, this sort of vast kind of recreation, replacement of indigenous peoples as much as what you possibly can, and recreation of a sort of a dominant imperial culture. Otis is aware that this is happening in this really fascinating, unprecedented way in North America, and that therefore special attention needs to be paid and also special care needs to be taken. And he spends a lot of time talking about the ways in which these subordinate dominions are expected and routinely have been doing things that you wouldn't expect other mere corporations, which is often the category used to describe colonies, other mere corporations to do. He says they raise armies, they tax themselves to pay imperial officials. They do all sorts of things that actually we would associate with nations, with states, with independent states, though they aren't independent. And so the question then becomes, he says, how do we actually think about the most productive and useful way to take advantage of these special kinds of colonies, subordinate dominions, that will improve the broader imperial culture, that will strengthen the imperial power, and that will also be, pay proper attention to their unique position and status within the empire. And so then turning to the business at hand, he says, obviously the Sugar Act is wrong because the subordinate dominions of British subjects, of huge hundreds and hundreds of thousands, if not soon millions of British subjects, have the same British rights and liberties as other British subjects, particularly therefore the right of property and the notion that taxation should be connected to representation. We all know this, he says, so obviously a tax like the Sugar Act is wrong. And it breaches, he says, the barrier of liberty. But he says also the Molasses Act that it replaced, which was a more of a prohibitive duty to try and stop the French West Indian molasses trade, he says, is also wrong. Not for the same reasons. It doesn't breach the barrier of liberty. It's not taxing a subject's property without representation. But it makes no sense because it undermines the consumption power of these subordinate dominions. And what you should do is be boosting it. The reason, he says, is if you're boosting colonial consumption power, if they're able to actually make profit through the West Indies and actually through the complex triangles of trade and reciprocating imbalances of trade actually get specie in their colonies, they'll buy more British manufactured items. And buying more British manufactured goods will actually not only strengthen the British economy, but also strengthen the revenue of the British state. So I argue in the paper part on Otis is that he's seriously trying to think about how these colonies do have special kinds of challenges and conditions. Because of what they are, they create special challenges of governance, but also create special and unique opportunities. And the question will be, what best policy can you do to balance and create the most ideal imperial relationship? And then step back and I say, actually, while this all sounds, this sounds unique, naive, right? Free trade, acknowledging, this in certain ways, autonomous, authority of these subordinate dominions. But what I then do is I sort of look at the development of the British Empire in the 6 decades prior to Otis' writing and argue that actually he's very accurately describing the empire he was actually living in. So if you look at, and I talk a bit about British development, and what I show in the paper is that over the course of the 18th century, starting with sort of the growth of this fiscal military state emerging out of the Glorious Revolution, that the British policymakers began to consciously reorganize British finance and British policy around the reality of the rising consumption power of British subjects, both in Britain and North America. That in fact, they transformed their tax base, moving back from customs and from land taxes and really beefing up excise taxes, which sounds antiquarian and kind of uninteresting, but it's neither of those things. It's actually quite, well, it is antiquarian, but it's very interesting. Because excises, as you all probably know, are taxes on domestically produced goods and their consumption, which are notoriously the hardest taxes for states to do. Historically, as we look at the rise of taxing states, they don't tend to have excises. Customs duties come to ports. There are a few of them. They're bottleneck goods. It's easy to catalog and oversee them. Land taxes are fixed. They don't move around. It's fairly easy to catalog and then keep in control of them. Excises take much more bureaucratic state power, much more professionalism, fanning out state agents to actually catalog the wealth of a nation, figure out what the state's portion is, and then tax it regularly. That you can, in fact, imagine organizing your tax base around excises to the remarkable degree the British does, suggests real powerful state formation and the growth of a really powerful and ambitious state. And by the mid-century, the British state, which as we know is taxing at exorbitant rates and borrowing at even more exorbitant rates, excises are accounting for half of its state revenue, which is an extraordinary thing. That's just an unprecedented thing in the early modern world. And what I suggest is that that kind of state then establishes the empire that Otis was living in, which I call a world of imperial federalism. Because on the one hand, you have this very effective and powerful state that can do things like have excises account for half of its revenue. And the fact that it has really reliable public revenue, I talk about, has huge ancillary effects on other kinds of economic growth and development. But that also means that that very powerful and confident and even sort of smug and aggressive state will quickly think that it can govern at what turns out to be the real edges and limits of its competency, which is 3,000 miles in a vast, huge space away in a large settler colonial empire with all sorts of people further removed from any real practical coercive British power than any other British subjects of the state are. And so increasingly what this imperial state has to do with its tremendous capacity to govern is try to govern in the place where it's most difficult for it to govern, in colonies that actually are subordinate dominions. And what I argue is that this imperial federalism is really divided by a coastline, where increasingly this fiscal military state has a great deal more coercive and authoritative power on the oceans, but has to figure out how to have a federal conversation with its subordinate dominions inside the North American colonies. And then I spend a lot of time, conscious of time, talking about some key policies that I like a lot, and that if some people have heard me talk about before, the White Pines Act, which is fascinating, and if I get into Q&A and you care about it, I can tell you about it, and the 7 Years' War, and show these as examples of how you have that federal conversation. That in fact, you can figure out ways, and I named some names, Benning Wentworth, the governor of New Hampshire, Pitt, who sort of turns around how to finance a 7 Years' War in North America. You can figure out ways to cross that federal dividing line and have conversations with these subordinate dominions about how to in fact draw upon their unique capacities, to get them to do things like, say, tax themselves, to quarter troops, to do all the things that will become sources of conflict under Grenville's revenue program in the 1760s, can be successfully achieved through figuring out how to have these federal conversations in the late 1750s and early 1760s, which plays a big part in the tremendous triumph of 1763. So in many ways I say that when Otis starts thinking in those 6 months, he has these rich examples of imperial policy and imperial conversation to draw upon. And then he proceeds to talk about the empire he'd like to have. And the kicker is that then the final part of the paper, when I turn to Franklin, who plays a huge role in helping to think through how to get out from under the conflicts of the Stamp Act crisis, which are severe and which are really alarming. What I show is that Franklin is having conversations with people and is thinking along precisely the kinds of lines that Otis is thinking about. And just getting ahead to the chase, there's a very complex and very thoughtful and very deliberative and even theatrical process of resolving the Stamp Act crisis. Nothing happens that isn't planned. I culminate with Franklin's investigation in the House of Commons in February of 1766, where all sorts of questions are planted to elicit precisely the kinds of discussion about what subordinate dominions are, how to approach them, how to govern them, how to get them to contribute voluntarily to the revenue of the empire and to the support for troops to the empire. All this stuff comes out. All of the successes of the 1740s and 50s and 60s that made things like the White Pines Act and the 7 Years' War work well. And the result is that when the Stamp Act crisis is resolved, it's resolved precisely along the axis of the federal empire, that coastline. So the Stamp Act is repealed, they retreat from the internal realm where they cannot force the subordinate dominions to do things they fundamentally don't want to do. They beef up the revenue aspects of the Sugar Act by reducing the duty to the lowest point it had ever been, lower even than the bribes that colonial merchants had paid prior to the Sugar Act to get around the old Molasses Act. And they, believe it or not, create the free trade Otis had called for by making a uniform, very low duty for both English and French West Indian molasses, making French West Indian molasses both affordable and legal. So you look at what Otis is hoping for and calling for, and what I argue is that this conversation between transatlantic empire men and the world of insight about the kinds of colonies they were largely is used to resolve the Stamp Act crisis. And in fact, in 1766, Franklin has been largely successful in explaining, with the direction of people like the ministry that's in power at the time, that's brought him to be investigated by Parliament, has been successful in explaining how you can lose an empire, but also very much how you can keep an empire. And what I'm trying to suggest there is that we need to take imperial subjecthood very seriously, that we need to think about the ways in which there was an empire that British subjects of the crown in the mid-1760s very much wanted to live in, and that at various key moments they were actually living in it. In fact, for large decades, they were largely living in an empire that met their needs, and that even when there was great provocation and challenge, as there was during the Stamp Act crisis, that there are ways in which salutary conversations can happen to think through the nature of the empire they're actually living in and resolve that crisis by going with the grain of what is in fact an organic federal empire. Now, well, I may be crazy, but I'm not crazy. My craziness doesn't lend itself to saying I deny the American Revolution happened. I mean, it did, and I know that. What I'm saying is that that's a story that needs to be very, very carefully thought through and told in the real time of the lived experience of the people who were living through it. And that to reduce Otis to this quote and to then think we know what it means is something akin to E.P. Thompson's enormous condescension of posterity. That's enough for me. Thanks.
This. Is that okay? Great. Thank you so much for that, Andy. I'm excited to continue our conversation on the Sugar Act and get a little more James Otis out there. So, the traditional story of the Sugar Act usually goes something like this. In 1763, George Grenville, the new Prime Minister of Great Britain, found himself with a massive national debt, bloated by years of warfare with France. And at the same time, he was also well aware that customs revenue in America was falling far short of expectation. And so, the traditional story goes, the Sugar Act was born. The law laid taxes on North Americans' importation of an array of foreign goods, especially sugar and molasses, and it provided for unprecedentedly rigorous enforcement. And while historians have placed varying levels of emphasis on the Sugar Act's revenue-raising versus regulatory aims, the law undeniably provoked a swell of protests in North America, particularly in the northern colonies that were most closely engaged in the sugar trade, namely New York, New England, and here in Pennsylvania. And because of this, the Sugar Act makes frequent appearances in most pre-revolutionary narratives. It's kind of an early spark of colonial frustration with the empire. But when we turn back to 1764, we find northern colonists telling a pretty different story of the Sugar Act. This version doesn't focus on George Grenville or wartime debt, but on a different set of antagonists, British West Indian sugar planters. This story begins decades prior, when a nascent British sugar lobby first began campaigning to legally obstruct northern merchants' trade with foreign sugar islands. The result of that was the Molasses Act of 1733, which we've heard about, and the Sugar Act of 1764 was actually just a revised renewal of that law. Northern newspapers in 1764 declared, "We know what our old friends of the Sugar Islands have been at these 30 years last past. This last taxing of North America doth but complete the system of the sugar planters." So in this version, the Sugar Act is a culmination rather than a spark. And it's also a deeply intercolonial issue. I think it's important to note that every merchant petition and official memorial sent from the northern colonies to London protesting the Sugar Act identifies their efforts as being directed against the West Indian planter lobby. And so the question, of course, when we look at the disparity between these two stories, is why sugar planters have faded from prominence in our retellings of the Sugar Act. There are a few good explanations for this. One is that the weight of the American Revolution quite often pushes the Caribbean out of focus and encourages a foregrounding of North American issues with Britain. Another reason is that northern colonists were likely at least partially incorrect. There's actually relatively little strong evidence that the planter lobby was directly responsible for the Sugar Act. Grenville did play a large role. But in understanding how Northerners interpreted and responded to the Sugar Act, colonial perception matters as much or more than metropolitan reality. And so on that front, the universal belief in North America was very clear. There's not a man on the continent of America, a British customs officer reported, who does not consider the Sugar Act a sacrifice made of the northern colonies to the superior interest in Parliament of the West Indies. So what I'd like to propose today is that recentering Caribbean planters in the Sugar Act controversy allows us to better recognize this law's ideological significance. In 1765, our old friend James Otis wrote that familiar quote that the Sugar Act set people a-thinking in 6 months more than they had done in their whole lives before. But I'd argue that the Grenville-centered story of the Sugar Act makes it difficult to identify why exactly this was. Colonists were certainly frustrated by the Act's taxes and stronger customs enforcement, but on the whole, they accepted Parliament's right to tax their sugar trade, and the law largely did not prompt the same kinds of constitutional arguments or violent protests that would later emerge with the Stamp Act. As Andy has just elaborated, James Otis is a notable exception here when writing in 1765. But for the most part, the riots that we see here, these are immediately identifiable as Stamp Act protests, not Sugar Act protests. And because of that, while historians have done an excellent job analyzing the Sugar Act as an economic burden on North America, on the ideological front, it's most often treated as a kind of milder precursor to later, more explosive and more interesting legislation. So I would suggest that understanding how the Sugar Act set people a-thinking requires the meaningful inclusion of Britain's wealthiest American colonies, the Caribbean sugar islands. 1764 marked a moment when North Americans' long-standing rivalry with Caribbean planters began transforming into imperial resentment directed at the mother country. The Sugar Act seemed to confirm Northern suspicions that the Caribbean had gained imperial priority through superior representation in Parliament. And this, in turn, generated deep fears about Northerners' future within the post-war era. I'll argue today that a perceived imperial preference for a West Indian model of empire, which prioritized colonies as sites of extractive wealth rooted in plantation slavery, rather than colonies as settler colonial societies that more closely reflected England, propelled Northern communities to begin seriously considering their future within the British Empire. So in the spring of 1764, the passage of the Sugar Act came as a surprise in North America. Mercantile communities in major northern ports like New York and Boston, and smaller ones like New England or Newbury, had known about the renewal of the Molasses Act, and they had spent the past 6 months organizing against it. In early May of 1764, though, they were upset to learn that their efforts had essentially gone to waste. The Sugar Act had passed through Parliament so quickly that their lobbying materials, including the Boston pamphlet here, hadn't even crossed the Atlantic in time to be read. And Northern colonists were very confident that they knew why this was. For years, they had watched as a loose network of sugar planters, some living on the islands, some living as absentees in England, had grown in both economic power as well as political influence. And they were particularly wary of the number of members of parliament who were affiliated with the islands or with the sugar trade. As early as 1759, Benjamin Franklin had estimated their numbers to be high enough to sway a parliamentary vote. And by 1764, the Boston Merchant Society estimated that nearly 10% of the House of Commons was affiliated with the West Indian interest, in comparison to which the northern colonies could claim not one member. So the Sugar Act, in this light, appeared to be a sort of devastating outcome of this disparity. As one Pennsylvanian reported, it's a general received opinion that our present calamities arise from the selfish spirits of some West India planters who have at great expense gotten seats in the Honorable House of Commons. The threat of this powerful West Indian influence in Parliament was particularly acute in the post-7 Years' War moment. Looking at this map of the newly expanded British America, continental colonists had many reasons to be optimistic, as Andy has elaborated. Not only had the peace treaty added Canada to Britain's continental empire, but their economic and population trajectories were showing explosive growth. For the past century, the Caribbean islands had been seen as the undisputable center of British American wealth. But by 1764, the New York General Assembly was ready to boldly declare the superior importance and usefulness of the northern colonies to Great Britain is undeniable. And so in light of that, the Sugar Act was a sort of sobering indication that the vision of empire that the northern colonists imagined unfolding ahead of them, in which their region's impressive growth would be recognized and cultivated by law, was at risk. With Caribbean planters whispering in the ears of British lawmakers, it seemed that the metropole was poised to embrace an imperial ideology that deprioritized the continent in favor of the Sugar Islands. Northern colonists' written protests against the Sugar Act, found in petitions and pamphlets, newspapers, correspondence, both before and after the passing of the law, reveal multiple layers of concern about this imperial prioritization of the West Indies. So one, which we've already touched on briefly, was a growing fear of the disparity in representation between colonial regions. So the well-connected planter lobby and a growing West Indian contingent in Parliament had already seemingly managed to rush the Sugar Act into law, and many Northerners worried that this pattern would inevitably continue given their comparatively weak representation structures. Secondly, the economic implications of imperial disfavor were, of course, of utmost concern. From Northern merchants' perspective, the Sugar Act put a strong damper on one of their most important trades, that with the foreign sugar islands, in order to give a monopolistic preference to the British West Indies. One writer despaired that Britain's colonies ought to be considered the child of one common parent, equally entitled to her favorable indulgence and protection. Or does the interest of the nation center only in the advancement of the island colonies as the only source of wealth? The Sugar Act sparked serious fears about future policy decisions that would not only systematically prioritize the sugar islands, but more broadly would fail to recognize or nurture northern commercial growth or consumptive potential. But Northerners' fears about their future within the West Indian model of empire also went beyond economics. And what I'd like to hone in on now is their rhetoric around the very foundation of the Caribbean colonial project, which was plantation slavery. So, importantly, what we find in Northern anti-Sugar Act protests in 1764 is not the same language of political slavery that we find 10 years later. For the most part, Sugar Act protests do not use a framework of slavery or tyranny to discuss Parliament or the British government, but they offer a pointed political critique specifically aimed at a West Indian model of enslavement. And by exploring this critical Northern discourse around Caribbean slavery, we can find some of what I think are the Sugar Act's most interesting ideological points. In particular, critiques of the corrupted nature of enslavement in the British West Indies helped solidify Northern claims to their own distinctive value and constitutional relationship to the metropole. In other words, it was in contrast to the notoriously degraded nature of West Indian planters that Northerners came to more deeply identify their colonies as extensions of England across the Atlantic, with all of the attendant political rights that came with. Of course, it's important to note that as a still growing body of work has shown, of course, the northern colonies were also deeply entrenched in Atlantic slavery. But in the context of 18th century Sugar Act protests, we see northern writers very consciously disassociating their own society's engagement with slavery as a point of distinction between their colonies and the Caribbean region. To do that, we see them drawing on existing tropes of Creole degeneracy and on their own experiences with planters, who they accuse of being rich, proud, and overbearing, men vested with despotic power who are prone to wanton displays of opulence and wealth. They repeatedly describe the Sugar Act as a scheme to enslave them. They write that the Sugar Act has reduced them to a state of vassalage, it's placed them under the rod of a few powdered fops, and it's rendered them the dupes, the hewers of wood, and the drawers of water of a few West Indian planters. In other words, John Dickinson kind of summarizes this very well. The Sugar Act was an attempt to shackle some colonies in favor of others. So making sense of this rhetoric allows us to see that northern colonists believed that the economic and social foundations of the Sugar Islands in enslavement had corrupted planters into an insidious hunger for power. Stephen Hopkins, the governor of Rhode Island, encapsulated this view very well in his pamphlet when he writes that planters were too accustomed to an arbitrary and cruel governance over slaves, so much so that they can hardly forbear esteeming 2 million free and loyal British subjects, inhabitants of the northern colonies, in the same light. In other words, despotism over enslaved Africans bred despotism over fellow colonists. James Otis echoed very similar sentiments. He wrote that ferocity, cruelty, and barbarity were the hallmarks of sugar planters, and that they could form no idea of government except that which is exercised over 10,000s of their fellow men. To both Hopkins and Otis, who otherwise had quite different assessments of the Sugar Act, the brutal enslavement of nearly 400,000 people of African and indigenous descent in the Caribbean had created a uniquely corrupting society that now had turned its sights on North America. And this rhetoric around West Indian slavery as something distinct and unique and not found on the continent also shaped northern colonists' perceptions of their own colonial identity and their relationship to the mother country. So in his 1765 pamphlet, which we've heard a lot about today, James Otis suggests that the nature of the West Indian islands made them a distinct kind of colony that were more suited towards despotic rule. He wrote that codes, novels, decretals, popes, and the invention of the devil may suit the scorching heats of Gambia or Jamaica, but we live in a more temperate climate and shall rest content with the laws, customs, and usages of our ancestors. I think it's really notable here that Otis could have easily named a French Caribbean island, but he didn't. He named British Jamaica. And I think his point here is very clear, that the British West Indian colonies have been corrupted by their entrenchment in slavery to no longer embrace the same British constitutional identity as North Americans because they were too guided by self-interest and greed. And so given these beliefs about the nature of the West Indian colonies and their growing power in London, I think the Sugar Act took on a much darker meaning to many northern colonists. It came as potentially a sign that Britain was pursuing a model of empire in which the Sugar Islands were not only the ideal colony economically, but also politically. And this provoked many of Northerners' deepest fears about their position within the empire and about the upcoming slate of legislation that they knew Grenville had in store for them. The Massachusetts House of Representatives predicted that this would be an empire in which a West Indian or any other by influence could easily govern and supersede our most essential rights as British subjects. And so just a couple months later, after the Sugar Act, we will find that the Stamp Act leads these fears to have an even deeper weight, particularly when the Caribbean fails to protest to the same levels as North America. But reincorporating the planters back into the story of the Sugar Act gives us a new understanding of how that law set people thinking more than they had done in their whole lives before. To Northern communities, the Sugar Act was far more than a burdensome tax law. It signified the imperial deprioritization of North America at a crucial post-war moment, and it was an early sign of a host of representation, economic, and constitutional problems to come within this new empire. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right. In his first inaugural address, Abraham Lincoln proclaimed, "The Union is much older than the Constitution." It was formed, in fact, by the Articles of Association in 1774. It was matured and continued by the Declaration of Independence in 1776. Lincoln correctly located the beginnings of the United States not in the Second Continental Congress that declared independence, but in the First Continental Congress that took place before the Revolutionary War began. My paper argues that the importance of the 1774 meeting often has been overlooked by both historians and the public. We have lost Lincoln's appreciation of its centrality to the coming of the American Revolution. The First Continental Congress met in September and October of 1774 and was a direct response to the Coercive Acts, a series of dramatic measures taken by Parliament to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party. These laws, the Boston Port Act, the Massachusetts Government Act, the Administration of Justice Act, and the Quartering Act, left the colony of Massachusetts in crisis. The once bustling port of Boston almost entirely shut down, and as royal authority began to crumble outside of the city, increasingly without a functioning government or court system. Alarmed and desperate, the colony reached out to the other American provinces, hoping for immediate action in the form of an intercolonial non-importation and non-exportation pact. Leaders elsewhere in the colonies balked. Some, such as the conservatives in the Pennsylvania Assembly, thought a suspension of trade should be a last resort. Many sided with Massachusetts that non-importation was in order, but stressed the importance of united action. What they settled on in the end was the calling of a Congress. Now, the term Continental Congress was not in common use at this point yet. What provincial leaders anticipated in the spring and summer of 1774 was a General Congress, which was the term they overwhelmingly used at the time. The concept of a Congress was not new. Throughout the 18th century, colonial newspapers reported on congresses held in Europe. These were diplomatic meetings attended by plenipotentiaries from various European powers. There also were so-called congresses in the American provinces throughout the colonial period, usually initiated by the British government to address cross-colony issues related to defense. Often these meetings included colonial governors or their representatives and Native American leaders. Of course, the most famous of these was the Albany Congress of 1754 that included representatives from 7 colonies, various colonial officials, and Iroquois leaders, but there were others. In 1763, the governors of Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia arranged for a Congress with Southern Indian groups, including the Cherokee and Creek. Another Congress of Southern Indian nations had taken place as recently as November of 1771. Some congresses in the provinces involved only colonial governors or commissioners appointed by the colonial assemblies. And as with meetings that included Native Americans, these conferences usually focused on military matters or boundary disputes. Commissioners from New York and Massachusetts held a Congress in 1767 to resolve a boundary dispute. That Congress failed, but another one in 1773 was successful at identifying a mutually agreeable border. And of course, the most obvious precedent for the 1774 Congress was the Stamp Act Congress of 1765. That Congress, called by the Massachusetts House of Assembly met in New York City for 3.5 weeks with 27 commissioners from 9 colonies, convening to address collective grievances related to the stamp tax. So, in the spring and summer of 1774, a Congress was generally understood to be a diplomatic body, an assembly of men representing distinct and independent European, provincial, or Indian governments. Gentlemen fluent in Latin knew that the term derived from congressus, going or coming together, and implied a temporary encounter between sovereigns or their representatives. The Oxford English Dictionary defines a congress as a meeting or encounter. Most relevant here is meaning number 6, quote, a formal meeting or assembly of delegates or representatives for the discussion or settlement of some question, specifically in politics of envoys, deputies, or plenipotentiaries representing sovereign states, or of sovereigns themselves for the settlement of international affairs. Most Americans expected the 1774 General Congress to be a convention of distinguished political leaders acting as ambassadors, or deputies, as many colonies called them, for their respective provinces. This was not yet the familiar group of leaders that would declare independence less than 2 years later. In fact, only 19 of the signers appeared at this Congress. The president was not John Hancock, but Peyton Randolph of Virginia, a man who died before the debates on independence in 1776. George Washington, not yet general of the Continental Army, attended as a delegate from Virginia. 2 of the most famous founders did not participate. Thomas Jefferson remained in Virginia in the fall of 1774, and Benjamin Franklin had not yet returned from Britain. Steeped in provincial politics for most of their lives, the men who dominated the Congress of 1774 belonged to a slightly earlier generation than that of the so-called Founding Fathers. Pauline Maier has called these men the Old Revolutionaries, singling out Samuel Adams, Richard Henry Lee, Charles Thompson, and Christopher Gadsden as members of the nucleus of this group of colonial leaders who had guided local resistance movements from the Stamp Act to the decision to declare independence. And all these men had been in contact prior to 1774 and would play critical roles at the Congress. As Maier observed, the lives and politics of these men were formed and matured within their distinct provincial worlds, making them particularly prone to conceptualizing an intercolonial Congress as a diplomatic venue. John Adams certainly saw himself as a kind of ambassador away from New England for the first time in a foreign place, surrounded by very intimidating, powerful men from other provinces. I flatter myself, he wrote of the Massachusetts delegation, that we shall conduct our embassy in such a manner as to merit the approbation of our country, that country being Massachusetts. The men attending this intercolonial meeting and making formal visits to one another's lodgings, attending enormous dinner parties, and engaging in out-of-doors negotiations were more diplomats than legislators, at least at the beginning. They took themselves and the Congress seriously. In a pamphlet highly critical of the Congress published the following year, Loyalist Harrison Gray would mock them for it, declaring with scorn that the congressional delegates, quote, assembled at Philadelphia with all the pomp and grandeur of plenipotentiaries. For the remainder of my paper, I would like to touch briefly on 4 ways that the First Continental Congress was especially significant and even revolutionary. We can start with how the delegates to the Congress were chosen. For the Stamp Act Congress, most of the colonies had appointed deputies while their assemblies were in session. In Virginia and North Carolina, the governors had refused to summon the assemblies, and those colonies simply went unrepresented at the Stamp Act Congress, so Virginia just wasn't there. Only in New York, New Jersey, and Delaware did the recessed assemblies appoint their commissioners outside of a legislative session. In 1774, though, deputies were most often chosen by extra-legal provincial conventions, a real departure from the past. Even in Massachusetts and South Carolina, where technically delegates were chosen legally by the colonial legislatures, there were ruses and shenanigans as members pushed through slates of delegates minutes before their governors realized what was going on and dissolved the assemblies. In Virginia, where the governor had dissolved the assembly and left town, an extra-legal convention of representatives from the province's counties elected the congressional delegation. The same thing happened in Maryland. Provincial conventions also chose the deputies from New Jersey, Delaware, North Carolina, and New Hampshire. The manner in which these deputies were appointed, I think, relates directly to how much authority they had at the Congress itself. Any ambassador or deputy operates under instructions from his government that identify his agenda and limit his autonomy. So if the Stamp Act Congress, the Connecticut and South Carolina delegates' instructions had not permitted them to sign anything until it was approved by their provincial legislatures. However, because so many of the delegates to the 1774 Congress were appointed by extra-legal conventions, their instructions were similarly fluid and unbinding. Rather than answering to a legislative body, most of these delegates answered to the people who had sent representatives to a provincial meeting. When John Rutledge of South Carolina observed on the second day of Congress that the body had, quote, no coercive or legislative authority, he was right, strictly speaking. But what the Congress did not have de jure, it had de facto. Local meetings throughout the colonies had published resolves proclaiming that the people would defer to the Congress's decisions. A study of these resolutions found that nearly half of them promised to adhere to the Congress's decisions, and this was before the composition of the Congress was even determined. One such pledge by the inhabitants of Lancaster, Pennsylvania in early July had promised, "We will sincerely and heartily agree to and abide by the measures which will be adopted by the members of the General Congress of the colonies." Some of these resolutions provided a proverbial blank check that gave the proposed Congress enormous latitude in addressing what people saw as a continental problem. The extra-legal provincial conventions similarly vowed to abide by the meeting's resolves if their delegates agreed to them, and this gave the men who attended the 1774 Congress tremendous power, enabling the Congress to take on executive and legislative functions that ultimately transformed a diplomatic meeting into the beginnings of a national government. Which brings me to my second point, the significance of the Continental Association of 1774 that Lincoln identified as the beginning of the Union. During the meeting of the First Continental Congress, there were two documents that all of the delegates signed. The first was the petition to the king, which in spite of the deputies' hopes was not treated seriously in Great Britain and wound up among a pile of papers in the House of Commons that received little attention. The second that they signed was the Association, which was the document that laid out the details and enforcement of an intercolonial non-importation, non-exportation, and non-consumption agreement. The text of the Association used the term Continental Congress, a phrase which by October and November 1774 was becoming more common. It declared, quote, "We do for ourselves and the inhabitants of the several colonies whom we represent firmly agree and associate under the sacred ties of virtue, honor, and love of our country." It stated, quote, "We do solemnly bind ourselves and our constituents under the ties aforesaid to adhere to this association." Given this language, it is understandable why later critics of the Congress felt that it overstepped. When the Congress created the Continental Association, it sought to incorporate for the first time in the imperial crisis a large segment of the general population in opposing British policy. Up to this point, the economic protests against England had been confined to the major ports, but now the entire society would be called upon to make a major sacrifice. The association called for, quote, "A committee be chosen in every county, city, and town by those who are qualified to vote for representatives in the legislature, whose business it shall be attentively to observe the conduct of all persons touching this association," which, given its wide reach, really meant everybody. In calling for the creation of these local committees, the Congress ultimately involved hundreds, even thousands of people in extra-legal governmental bodies that enforced their decisions as law. In the end, all of the colonies endorsed the association except New York, and even there, radicals formed committees to enforce non-importation in New York City and Albany. Most of the colonies, particularly the influential southern colonies of Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina, enthusiastically committed themselves to making the pact work, and it did. The committees would be astonishingly effective in enforcing non-importation, which is an important achievement. In addition to monitoring items that arrived in the ports, some of these committees also policed the consumption of tea, encouraged local manufacturing, and condemned extravagance at funerals and other occasions. As dictated by the association, the punishment for those in violation of the agreement was the publication of their actions in newspapers and the understanding that people would stop doing business with those individuals. Crucially, while ostensibly formed for the purpose of enforcing the Congress's association, the local committees would also quickly take on other functions of government, justifying their extra-legal actions by citing their deference to the wishes of the General Congress, a body which the committee members viewed as a legitimate central authority. A Maryland resident who later criticized the Congress aptly dubbed them those congressmen and their satellites, the committeemen. The two established a symbiotic relationship, each bolstering the other's authority, and together seized power from the institutions of government that were already beginning to collapse around them in late 1774 and early 1775. The committee soon outgrew their initial purpose. These are what Timothy Breen has called genuinely revolutionary organizations that irrevocably changed the political landscape of British America. They became the provisional governing structures that sustained the colonies until new permanent ones could be created by the Continental Congress after the provinces had declared their independence. Not everyone was pleased about this, which brings me to my third point. One way of assessing the impact of the First Continental Congress, I think, is to observe how people reacted to it. The extreme vitriol directed at the Congress by Loyalist writers in the months after it adjourned suggests its actions truly horrified and alarmed conservatives. Publications appearing in late 1774 and early 1775 questioned the legitimacy of the meeting, accusing the Assembly of taking on executive functions and condemning in particular its support of the Suffolk resolutions and decision to create the association. In a satiric dialogue between a woman and her husband, cast as one of the delegates, an anonymous author had the woman proclaim, "To your high mighty Congress the members were sent to lay all our complaints before Parliament. Usurpation reared its head from that fatal hour. You resolved, you enacted like a sovereign power." Pamphlets, satires, plays, and poems excoriated the Congress and relentlessly mocked and smeared the group of men who attended it. Joseph Galloway, who had been a delegate himself, raged against the, quote, illegal motley Congress. New York lawyer Peter Van Schack wrote with dismay that he, quote, had anticipated that the congressmen would have been the mediators of peace, but instead they were the heralds of war. Loyalist clergyman Thomas Bradbury Chandler believed that the Congress had, quote, turned out to be a perfect monster, a mad, blind monster. As Mary Beth Norton has pointed out, it was during and after the meeting of the First Continental Congress that Americans who objected to what was happening began to call themselves Loyalists. Finally, before adjourning, the Congress also made one last logical but highly significant decision, which brings me to my last point. The members of Congress decided to meet again the following May if their situation had not improved. They recommended, quote, that all the colonies in North America choose deputies as soon as possible to attend such Congress. With this decision, the Congress was no longer an isolated protest convention like the Stamp Act Congress, but the first meeting of a permanent American legislature. The members of the 1774 Congress forged something that to that point had proved elusive, an effective intercolonial coalition. Though in some ways unwittingly, they moved their 12 American provinces much closer to revolution and nationhood. John Dickinson was clear-eyed when he wrote to Arthur Lee the day after the Congress adjourned, quote, "The colonists have now taken such grounds that Great Britain must relax or inevitably involve herself in a civil war. I wish for peace ardently," he said, "but must say, delightful as it is, it will come more grateful by being unexpected." Although the 56 colonial deputies assembled in Philadelphia knew that they attended a historic meeting, none of them foresaw that this Congress would turn out to be the genesis of the United States government. They successfully negotiated an association among their colonies that, as Lincoln noted, matured and continued with the Declaration of Independence and became a union of states. The General Congress of 1774 would not be an isolated diplomatic convention in the tradition of the Albany Congress or the Stamp Act Congress, but instead it would be the First Continental Congress. Thank you.
Really wonderful papers. 250 years ago today, on June 4th, 1776, which was a Tuesday, meeting down the block, the Continental Congress made no less than 10 resolutions, all recorded for us by Secretary Charles Thompson. These resolutions concerned the ongoing conduct of the war, requisitioning currency, alerting the assemblies in the colonies to arm troops and bring kettles, empowering the Pennsylvania Committee of Safety to negotiate the exchange of prisoners on board the ship Liverpool, and creating committees, as they did every single day, to deal with the string of petitions. You can read all about this day-to-day business in Bertrand von Rembeck's wonderful new book. But it would be hard to call these political economy decisions or ideological decisions. They were political economy decisions. 1 month later, on July 4th, a Thursday, they caused to be published the text announcing and explaining another resolution, one they had passed on July 2nd. 1776 was a revolutionary year in British and American letters, but the Declaration was not at the forefront of thought, nor, as its primary draftsperson later explained, was it meant to be. But there was plenty of avant-garde thought to go around in 1776. We are now no doubt familiar with the many anniversaries that have passed already this year as we roll steadily toward July 4th. The publication of Thomas Paine's Common Sense here in Philadelphia in January, or the first volume of Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall, that great, if sometimes nerveless meditation on why empires die, which was published in February in London, or of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, which appeared from the same publisher in March. Some, I know, have celebrated the first printing of John Adams's Thoughts on Government with its guidelines for state constitutions in late April. Few joined me that same month, I think, in quietly marking the publication of Jeremy Bentham's Fragment of Government, his broadside nominally directed against a few paragraphs in William Blackstone that was truly a defense of the fundamental axiom that, quote, the greatest happiness of the greatest number is the measure of right and wrong. Did anyone else celebrate that? Wrong crowd. That sentence, one of the inaugural catchphrases of British utilitarianism, first entered the world on April 16th, 1776. As a delegate here representing the University of Chicago and its sometimes cold-hearted embrace of the utility principle, I hope you won't mind me saying that the future, in so many ways, belonged to that phrase, which was arguably the most important gloss on happiness to be written in 1776. 2 days later, on April 18th, David Hume, someone Bentham saw as a fellow traveler for centering morality in public utility, finished composing his short autobiography, My Own Life. Before he died in August, Hume also polished the manuscript of his radical Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, drafting an important footnote for a text he had suppressed since at least the 1750s. The text, finally published 2 years later, helped establish that, to a philosophical skeptic, nothing about the Creator was or could be considered self-evident. This, too, may have been the most philosophically radical invocation of that term, self-evident, in 1776. Hume and Bentham may have had some overlapping vocabulary with the Declaration of Independence, but they were the ones writing truly revolutionary material in 1776, contributing thoughts at the very edge of the thinkable. We know the poor view Bentham took of the Declaration's philosophy since he was tapped by the British administration to issue an informal response, one that showed that, to a philosophically au courant lawyer like Bentham, the Declaration was a philosophically backwards document, imagining that rights had their origin in something other than agreements and conventions between men. As Steve Sarson has so wonderfully shown, the Declaration was, in 1776, a deliberately backward-looking document. A return to the mental lexicon of the 17th century, the theoretical high-water point for natural rights arguments. What was novel, incredibly novel, revolutionary even, is not what the authors of that text said, but what their most hopeful readers did with it. The ideas of the Declaration were not new, but in leaving the philosopher's closet and hitting the streets, the ideas could suddenly be found in the mouths of revolutionary agents of all kinds. Children, poor men, women, enslaved blacks, who couldn't cite Grotius or Locke, Pufendorf or Vattel, and who didn't recognize the philosophical fine distinctions between a state of nature where everyone enjoyed rights and a civil society where some did not. It is this that made it an aspirational creed rather than a truth claim, a marker to measure the progress different groups have made in pulling society towards the equality referred to in the Declaration, as Annette Gordon-Reed and others sitting in this room have so eloquently shown. Now that I've name-checked all of the speakers on tonight's program, and all of the great books of 1776, and I'm almost out of time, let me turn to these wonderful papers, each of which cautions us to set aside the futures and not to read the events of 1764 or 1765 or even 1774 through the lens of 1776. It is a hard path resisting what Andy calls the inclination toward teleological inevitability, the constant companion of that perennial foe, the enormous condescension of posterity. But it's one they all show is worth pursuing. If you haven't had a chance to surmise, I'm a card-carrying English professor. And one thing that especially delights me is how closely each of these historians attends to the language of the time, showing the ways in which political economy and ideology are connected, but the costs of separating the actors' categories of the time from our own analytic categories. So let me take them just in quick chronological order and put on the table for you some of the questions that they themselves asked before we turn to your questions. This may sound more like a round of Final Jeopardy than it does a formal comment, but it's a testament of my appreciation of these fine papers. So I'm going to start with Eva. How should we tell the story of the Sugar Act if we widen our imperial lens and focus on perception as much as reality? What was the mental model for colonialism in the 1760s? The extractive wealth of the islands or the consumer base of the continent? What were Parliament's priorities and whose American interests were being represented in London? Were the disputed acts of Parliament prohibitionary and thus lawful, or revenue-raising and probably unconstitutional? And what exactly made something unconstitutional anyway? How did Northern perceptions about the Caribbean shape anti-slavery rhetoric in the 1760s? How did an arguably insincere rhetoric with what Eva calls the discursive potency become sincere? And of course, what did James Otis really mean when he said that the Sugar Act, quote, set people a-thinking in 6 months more than they had done in their whole lives before? Her brilliant landing point is that we need to pay equal attention to perception and misperception about imperial priorities and to the power of insincere rhetoric as to economic reality, a fantastic takeaway in thinking about the relation of ideology to the economy. Andy starts where Eva stops. Were Otis's words a sign of what was to come, or a statement of devotion to a future of British imperial possibility located in a realistic past? Andy returns us to the material world, the world of taxing, borrowing, spending, producing, and consuming. In other words, Adam Smith's world. He asks, what was the Stamp Act, a crisis or a conversation? Did the state lead the economy? And what exactly was that extraction we call the economy anyway? What was ideology divorced from material reality? What constituted the cutting-edge discourse of political economy? What were the lessons for imperial federalism? That is, what was the relation between the robust and successful fiscal military state and the robust and successful settler colonial enterprise? Did Franklin lie to Parliament? Did the internal-external distinction have any meaning outside of America, and for whom? What role did crowd actions, riots, that is, play in the ministry's repeal of the Stamp Act? What role should they play in our own thinking? And what did colonists first understand about the Declaratory Act, the only words of Parliament that entered the Declaration of Independence verbatim many years later? What models were available of subordinate dominion, and was that the actors' category that we now call settler colonialism? These two are crucial questions if we want to disrupt the view that we see in 1765, that what we see in 1765 is the seeds of disunion. Andy rightly invites us to see this world through Otis's eyes and in Otis's own terms, and he does so in a magisterial way. Finally, Karen, what did the Congress think it was doing in taking that name? What made it continental or a Congress? And why did Lincoln point to 1774 instead of 1776 or 1787 for the origins of the Union? Karen returns us to early meanings of the word Congress, hearing that word in the vocabulary of 18th century diplomacy and not legislation, a world peopled with ambassadors and deputies. She asks, what made the Continental Congress revolutionary? And she offers a kaleidoscopic view. Was it the election through extra-legal means? And what was it exactly that made something extra-legal? The documents like the association and their enforcement mechanisms, the committees, the reaction to those documents by lawyers who took their names just at this moment, or their decision to return to Philadelphia the next year. Here, too, she is able to reveal some of what made the 1774 proceedings so attractive to someone like Lincoln, who came somewhat late to abolition, but these were talking points within most abolitionists' calendars for the history of federal control over slavery, Article 2 of the Association. The conjunction of ideology and the economy is what ties these wonderful papers together, and many things else. It was also the thing that made the first book in the new United States so powerful. The first book published in the United States was, in fact, a reprint of a book first printed in London in January. It was advertised next to the Declaration on the front page of John Dunlap's Pennsylvania Packet for July 8th, 1776, the very day that the Declaration was proclaimed just steps from here. Arguably, it achieved a greater celebrity than even Common Sense. Has anyone read Richard Price's Observations on the Nature of Civil Liberty? I'm seeing 2 hands go up. Okay. Has anybody read Common Sense? Yeah, okay. Arguably, it achieved a greater celebrity than even Common Sense. It was certainly taken more seriously by its opponents than Paine's Tract, and over 24 writers offered responses to it. It was the pamphlet of 1776 in many ways. It was Richard Price's Observation on the Nature of Civil Liberty, a text consonant with many of the philosophical principles articulated in the Declaration. Indeed, 60 years ago, Stoughton Lynn drew the fine lines of connection between a pamphlet like Observations on the Nature of Civil Liberty and Jefferson and Paine. But Price, a friend of Franklin's, was also an economist, the author of a book on the topic of pensions and reversionary payments. He had run the numbers and decided that the costs of a prolonged war were absolutely unsustainable. While Paine argued that Americans could win a war, Price argued that Britain probably couldn't afford to win one. As these papers make clear, when we try to recapture America's 1776, we should be thinking with people like Price, finding the enduring principles while also watching the bottom line. Thank you. So I believe we're open for questions.
Hello. Question for, I could ask everybody a question, but I'll ask for Andy. I think thinking about this period, this imperial crisis period, some people think about it as the post-war period, but thinking about it as an imperial conversation is a great way to rethink what's going on between 1763 and 1774, 75. But what I wanted to ask you is not something you mentioned in the talk right now, but it's in your paper. It's about money and specie. And this actually isn't a question of mine. This is, years ago, John Brooke made a comment at a Omohundro conference about how if Britain had somehow figured out a way to infuse more specie into the colonial economy, that part of what he says in the paper, if you haven't read it, is what works about Pitt's policy is he sends hard cash over to the colonies as part of the payment, and that makes the colonists very happy. And Brooks' point was that if there was, I forget the full, but if there was more hard cash, if the empire had figured out a way to keep more cash in the colonies, many of these things that become problems after the Stamp Act so would not have been a problem. So I was wondering, I don't understand money very well, but I think you do, if you could explain a little bit more about that.
Sure. Yeah, and Evan, it's so great to see you. Yeah, so out of curiosity, how many people actually read these papers? And no shame if you didn't. Okay, because so a number of you don't know anything about the power. Hey, good. Because I don't want to tell you everything you already know. So essentially, what happens really starting after in 1749 and 1750, and then carrying through with some exceptions through the 7 Years' War, is that a lot of ministries, but Pitt's the most famous, set up a situation where they essentially begin to reimburse colonists colonial legislatures who tax themselves in their own less valuable paper currency with a significant portion, up from 33% to 40%. Although I believe Thomas D'Agostino's here. I think I think Connecticut got 90% reimbursement, although they didn't pay very much, with actual gold and silver. And as I say in the paper, between 1756 and 1763, over 1 million pounds of gold and silver, believe it or not, was shipped to colonial North America, which was a huge ballast and lubricant for colonial paper currencies. That does stop in 1763. What I find interesting, I show both Otis, although I more summarized than quote, because even I didn't think I had all the space in the world, though I had less than I thought I did, and then Franklin at length. But what I'm showing is I'm reading through all of the classic and also some of the more obscure Stamp Act pamphlet controversies, is that every pamphleteer understood that process, and they all call for its resumption. It's a living example for them. What you do, they say, is you don't try to tax us. And there's a pretty good article, I have some arguments with its framework, but came out a few years ago showing that just how onerous it is to expect the Stamp Act to be paid in specie. That's even more onerous because they have a model from just the year before of not having specie be taken from the colonies, but actually specie being literally shipped from Britain to the colonies. They all know about it, they all understand it, they all want it restored. As I show in the paper, that gets a serious hearing from people in Parliament in 1765 and 66. As I show in the paper, I think it's plenty of evidence to suggest that they're genuinely planning to repeal the Currency Act. Franklin is brought into Parliament in February 1766 to explicitly lay out how that reimbursement process worked. That the Rockingham Ministry, which is an interesting ministry, very much situated in the London merchant community, very much on the cutting edge of this political economy discourse, clearly, in my view, seems to be moving towards understanding that that can be not just a kind of ad hoc policy to stimulate war, but actually a policy for how to facilitate a colonial economy. It doesn't happen. I mean, lots of things happen instead. But the biggest thing is that in repealing the Stamp Act, they actually take away the biggest source of specie drain. It's just not there to pay any longer. And all the subsequent taxes, which are all external, which I try to explain in the paper, would be fit into the balance of payments reciprocating system and paid for by merchants. So there would be a lot less problem with specie drain. But the Currency Act remains, and then rather than not simply draining it away, they're actually also no longer supplying it. And I think that not only is that largely true, that more specie would have meant a lot, but it's also the case that for 15 years, they are supplying specie, and it is actually doing a lot.
Thanks. All right, so I have a question for Eva, but I do want to second that first question, because I think you really can't underestimate how much of a preoccupation specie is to people in the colonies. I mean, just thinking about like Claire Priest's recent work on that. And so my question for Eva though is, you use the term northern colonies, right? And the writers, right, are from New England, right? But it seemed to me, given even Hopkins's population figure, right, that when they say northern colonies, they're not talking about what we think of the northern colonies. They're talking about like they're including South Carolina in that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, that's an excellent question. And I think you're exactly right. I think the figure that you're referencing is when Hopkins quotes 2 million, population of 2 million on the continent, and that is clearly not exclusive to New York, Pennsylvania, New England. I see a lot of slippage with the term northern. Beginning with the Molasses Act through the Sugar Act discourse, you see a very strong divide between those northern colonies that are engaged heavily in the provisioning trade with the Caribbean and those more plantation-oriented colonies to the southward. And so for the most part, when the term northern is used, which it is used very frequently, it is primarily referring to those colonies. I think it's with the Sugar Act in 1764 that I start to see more of that slippage into northern referring to North America. I think this is also when you start to see more interesting use of continental and references to continental colonies. So I think that term that you point to is actually something that is in flux at this very moment in a way that it has not been previously. But I will say both the Molasses Act and the Sugar Act are very clearly recognized as being aimed at those northern colonies. They even explicitly say places like Virginia are not involved in this to try to break up a potential alliance between continental colonies.
Hi, wonderful panel. In listening to you all, the three M's come to mind, which are, of course, money, which everyone's talking about so far, mercantilism, and monopoly. And of course, in context, my understanding is that like 90% of the Atlantic slave trade was slaves going into the Sugar Islands, and that only about 10% of the slaves are going to continental North America. And in addition to that, of course, 90%, huge numbers of the slaves going to the Sugar Islands are grossly mistreated and die like flies. Like the casualty rates down in the Sugar Islands among slaves are like 90%, 95%. And the Sugar Islands don't even grow their own food because sugar is so much more valuable than growing some kind of food crop for those islands. By contrast, the slave populations in North America are increasing over time. I'm not justifying slavery or saying they were humanely treated or that slavery is good, but they seem to have been better treated relative to the slave populations in the Sugar Islands. But isn't this, in a sense, the death struggle of mercantilism? Because the Sugar Islands are generating so much cash flow that they're considered far more valuable to the British economy than the North American colonies. They're generating huge sums of cash. And New England is, of course, trading with the Sugar Islands and getting some of the cash flow from there. But New England is also trading with, the Dutch West Indies, the French West Indies, all of the different Indies. And what London is trying to do with Sugar Act, as I understand it, is to kind of go back to a mercantilist system where the cash flow is being redirected back to the British Isles, and the American colonies are essentially being cut out. But here's the question. Given that that's the case, it's interesting that among those invited to the First Continental Congress were the Sugar Islands and Canada. So my question for Karen is, why were they, in the context, of course, of the Intolerable Acts, why would that invitation to the First Continental Congress have been also extended to the Sugar Islands and to Canada? Although I don't believe they attended. I believe they were invited.
Probably to some of your larger points, I think my fellow panelists might be able to address those a little bit more. But I think, Georgia was not at the First Continental Congress either. So I think there was an attempt to try to create as large an alliance as they could, but there were practical, considerations. There was certainly an attempt to, after the first Congress, there was a letter to Quebec, for example, even though there's a lot of, obviously, negative feeling there, still trying to get Quebec to send, deputies to the Second Continental Congress and sort of encouraging with the idea that, they could put their differences aside and kind of work collectively to advance their own rights. So I think there were obviously the continental, as Andy's talking about, I think that the colonies that on the mainland just occupied a different space. They were so large, they were consumers, so the idea of a trade boycott was something, they knew they had some power there. But beyond that, I would turn the question back over to my fellow panelists.
Hi, Andy. I have a question for you, which I think is going against the spirit of maybe your project slightly. So I love this idea of thinking of the empire as it was and the horizon of possibilities in 1763, 1764, 1765, and avoiding the condescension that requires us to go through the black hole of the revolution. That being said, when do you think that shifts? When does that horizon of possibilities close for the empire, the world of empire that Otis imagines and desires?
Knowing you, Helena, I'm sure you read my paper correctly, right? So I would say that is a deep question. Quote Ben Franklin at one point. So you notice that I went and got my bag. And I did that because I thought some version of that question would get asked. And I would be a fool if I hadn't expected it would be and hadn't brought handouts to help with it. We could, yeah, if you would, thanks. I'll give one to each of the panelists, and yeah. We can all pause for a second. I wish there was some easy technological fix that could put things up on a screen that everybody could look at, but you know, we live in the world of today, not the world of tomorrow, right? So, short end, I'll say, I think these papers go really, really well together. And anybody out there who's thinking that there's some sort of unbridgeable chasm of analysis between Eva and me doesn't understand Eva or my work. But I think that this also shows just how much the Continental Congress factors in, because I think that paper is really, really smart. And I would argue that the coercive acts are really a huge, you know, the Parliament calls them coercive. They're not hiding what they're up to, right? But I want to just suggest, like, as you get this, what you're seeing here, the first page is when boycotting of the Townsend Acts actually starts, this table here. And what it shows is that there's not really any boycotting of any kind until 1769, which is 2 years after the Townsend Acts have gone into effect, which means they're actually being collected for 2 years. Now, they become significant, but that would fit with my framework, right? I mean, Franklin had predicted that these kinds of taxes, very much on the colonial, on the imperial side of the line, would work, and they are for 2 years. Then some really fascinating things happen in late 68 and 69, which muddy the waters. But I also really like the second page, which is, and here what I'm really interested in is North American imports from the British West Indies. And you see them really pick up exactly when the Townsend Act's boycotts start. And so a lot of the money they're not spending on British goods from Britain, they're now importing more from the British West Indies, which, let us remember, is also a taxed commodity. And my argument is that what's connected the Townsend Acts to make them problematic and necessarily and needed to be boycotted is threats to the colonial legislatures, which are explicitly connected to them challenging the Townsend Acts. And that this new amended Sugar Act of '66 has largely dropped out of consciousness. Now, what this suggests to me is that even under the real conflict of the boycott movement, which, as you'll also see, they can't sustain for very long, and as paper shows, I mean, as one of my students, and pardon the language, but I teach in South Jersey, he said, "What's up with those Chesapeake mofos, Professor Shankman," right? I said, "Well, Christopher Bevilacqua, well, that's a really interesting question." I mean, some people can't even really get up enough gumption to boycott even the Townsend Act. So my argument is that I think there's a real solidity. I mean, I don't just make it up. I go by tables, I go by, I think there's a real solidity to this idea of an organic federal imperial empire and sort of fitting policies in. I think what Eva's doing such a good job of showing is that for a very, very long time, in order to really, really despise the Molasses Act and then the Sugar Act, which they do, they have to fit it into the oldest of political categories, evil counselors, and explicitly not directly, implicate the policymaking regime. What's really interesting in the story that I think we need to be told is how, and I think it's really post-1770, but really it's the intolerable acts. That rhetoric is now shifted from nabobs in the West Indies to the counselors themselves and even to the people being counseled. And I think that, what's interesting there is that it's with the coercive acts, which are, after all, examples of legislation, and therefore theoretically fit within the ideological framework of what should be allowable, end up showing themselves to be far more dangerous to British liberty than any tax. And at that point, the condemnation of the Townsend Acts used by someone like John Dickinson, does anyone know the word he uses? It starts with an I. Parliamentary taxes are wrong because of the I word. They are what? They are, come on, Brendan, the I word. They are an innovation. He says an innovation. Well, if you're going to start opposing the power to legislate of the coercive acts, you're innovating as a member, as a colonial. And that, to me, would be revolutionary consciousness.
Great. Thank you so much. These were fascinating papers, and I'm so sympathetic with the move to try to get us to think about a world before 1776. Is this loud enough? Can you hear me? Thank you so much for these wonderful papers. And my questions are for both Andy and Eva. Andy, you started your comments talking about the 13 colonies, which does sort of take us out of that pre-76 moment. It isn't something that appeared in your paper, but it is not in James Otis. He does not talk about the 13 colonies. He never uses that phrase. And in fact, he says every British subject born on the continent of America or in any other of the British dominions. So I would just suggest that maybe we want to widen that perspective a little bit, especially since so much of that also talks about Ireland. And I wonder if you could comment on that aspect. And Eva, for you, obviously there is this moment of distinction being drawn, and I really loved that discussion of the Sugar Act and its sort of implications. But there is a continued attempt to bring the West Indies on side, even up to and including 1775. And I just wondered whether your larger project talked about that or how you might explain it. Andy's just offered some thoughts about maybe why that happens, but I wonder what your thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an excellent question, and I think my water project does address that. But I think one moment that I'll highlight, and which I highlight in the project, is the Stamp Act that immediately follows the Sugar Act, because I do think that that law really changes Northern colonists' perceptions of Caribbean power and also Caribbean potential for imperial resistance. So the Stamp Act applies across all of British America, and it actually it lays a heavier burden in the Caribbean than in North America. And scholars have kind of debated the extent to which Caribbean colonists protested the law. In general, we see some islands, particularly smaller islands, that do have the same kind of violent riots that we see in North America. But for the most part, the two most populated and powerful islands, Jamaica and Barbados, do not significantly resist the Stamp Act. Jamaica ends up paying about 90% of all Stamp Act duties collected. And I think the result of that is a real shift in the dynamic between Northern colonists and their perceptions of Caribbean power. I think they see that as a real moment of weakness, where a law that seems to, on a simple economic level, deeply affect all colonists in British America, is met with weakness and an inability to rebel in the Caribbean because of an entrenchment in slavery and a reliance on imperial force to protect white colonists from enslaved populations. And so for me, the Stamp Act is a big moment where I think the potential for political union with the Caribbean really does decline after 1765 in a significant way.
Yeah, no, and it's a good point, but I do think that implicit in everything Otis is talking about is distinguishing between the North American mainland colonies and the Caribbean. I think that he would not identify the Caribbean colonies as subordinate dominions in the same way. Now, he's very clear that they all have liberty, and he's also very clear that even a conquered colony like Jamaica still enjoys British liberty. I think Eva does a really good job in her dissertation, and I'm kind of following in her wake on this, is that he's already believes, and I would disagree with Eva a little bit. I think that he did mean that appendix to be included. And he says at one point, look, I'm just not going to talk about political economy because this appendix does everything and it believes what I believe. And he's actually one of the people who'd called for it to be written, this appendix of the Boston, it's like the Merchant. So I think he is actually talking about, I mean, he's also very much on that. But I mean, I think that, the distinctions that he's drawing in the framing he's setting up is, I understand why, as much as the Caribbean nabobs deserve and should have liberty, they don't understand it and they aren't capable of protecting it. And we are, and since liberty is in fact the lifeblood of the entire empire, we're more useful to Britain, which has an interest in preserving liberty, than they are, because we'll do it. I would respectfully dissent a little bit from your understanding of what's going on. I mean, the Sugar Act only works in the way Grenville would want it to because of the robust trade he hopes will continue, which he wants to raise a little revenue off of. So he's in no way trying to shut it down. The Sugar Act presupposes that very robust trade will continue. So I don't think he's thinking in mercantile terms either. I mean, and they're going to extend it to the French West Indies. But I would say that I think implicit in the way, and this is what Eva's work about the perception is all about, which is widely different from the reality, is that they are beginning to identify themselves as specially valuable to the British Empire and especially crucially important and useful imperial subjects precisely because they're not the Caribbean.
I thought it was Brendan. Okay. This one's mainly for Andrew. I enjoyed all the papers, but I've just got one for Andrew. I'm sorry about that. And that is, you talked about Otis's words as subordinate. Dominion. Yeah, subordinate dominion. I want to talk a little bit about that word subordination and the relationship to Parliament, because of course subordination is to a legislature, allegiance is to a king. Now, wasn't he rather unusual in that respect, and wasn't this rather a more controversial issue than perhaps you're suggesting? I don't know unless I've misread you. But the next year we have, the year after, we have the idea of due subordination under the Stamp Act Congress, which means probably subordination only to things external to the Navigation Acts, for example. This is something John Dickinson goes along with, but he gets into a big row with Richard Bland, for whom this goes too far. Richard Bland, of course, talks about, not about an organic federal empire, but about a league and amity, a term that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson later use. And people like Joseph Warren go along with this. And there's quite a really vicious debate among people who are later patriots about precisely what subordination is, if it should exist. And of course, many of these people are saying that this does go back to the beginnings of empire when charters were founded on allegiance to the crown, not subordination to Parliament. So really, isn't this part of a quite vehement debate? And isn't James Otis kind of at the fringes of that?
Yeah, so I would say Otis isn't at the fringes. I think, so let me come up with something that got muddied. So I think I follow the Morgans completely on this, that they're very consistent that all taxes are unconstitutional. And it is, there's confusion in 1764. It's mostly confusion as to whether or not to consider the Sugar Act a regulation of trade or a tax. But it seems, so as far as I've found, every single person who correctly identifies it, which it was, as a tax, opposes it on those grounds. So the confusion is, do you think it's a tax or not? And that's cleared up in 1767 with the unambiguous Townsend Acts, which are all external taxes, and everybody knows it, and everybody can immediately denounce them, though clearly they don't boycott them for a couple of years. So I think I don't see Otis as, he's treated as an outlier. In fact, and I forget the article that came out a few years ago about specie payment, that makes a big distinction between Otis and Dickinson, because Otis seems to be, I forget the guy's name, is arguing that he would have been satisfied with representation in Parliament. That's also a misreading of Otis completely. He wants there to be formal representation in Parliament to replace the ad hoc kind of system of agents, but he absolutely unambiguously clear that what he calls the subordinate legislatures should have the sole authority to tax, by which he means the colonial legislatures. I mean, I think that, so Otis I don't think is in the fringes. I think anybody who would be departing as early as 67, 68 from the fundamental distinction of taxation legislation is on the fringes. I think the mainstream position, well into the, really ultimately into the coercive acts, is that Parliament cannot tax, but Parliament can legislate. Now, it's challenging because, of course, as your question implies, what Parliament is has changed so dramatically since the founding of the colonies. I mentioned that when I talk about Parliament being consolidated, this is Conrad Russell's line, but from an event into an institution. I mean, that's a post-1688 process, right? So there's really no thing in the past that explicitly states exactly what role Parliament has at all over the North American colonies. What I'm trying to argue, and I'm trying to show in a book-length form, but in the shorter form, is that what Parliament's role does emerge organically over the reality of actually administering an empire in the 18th century. And because the Navigation Acts end up working so well, the third thing I handed out is the statement of the Continental Congress, where they essentially say, look, we still want to keep the Navigation Acts, right, in 1774. We have to, at this point, cheerfully consent to them rather than acknowledge that you have the authority, because that authority comes from legislation which would justify the coercive acts, and we can't have that. But we just don't want to give up those Navigation Acts. Now, right, it's easy to conceive of a world where Parliament has the right to legislate when 98% of what it's doing with legislation is the Navigation Acts, and you like them. But that's why I include the White Pines Act, right? I mean, the White Pines Act is challenging and dicey as anything in the colonial zone is, but in the end, there's no White Pines Act pamphlets. There's no statements of constitutional objection, and it starts to work because it does fall within the realm of authority of a parliamentary statute that they themselves acknowledge. So what I would say is that over the course of the 18th century, as Parliament does consolidate itself from an event into an institution, it starts to act like an institution. And as an institution, it's successful in the colonies when when people are structuring Parliament's vague, broad demands from very far away to meet the actual colonial terrain in which those demands have to be carried out. And what I'm suggesting is that there are ways in which that can happen. There are ways that can happen with mass. There are also ways that can happen in the real crucible of war. And we should pay attention to that because that's imperial subjecthood. That's how an empire is successful when it is successful. And we shouldn't be in the business of ignoring realities that happen, that shape people's experiences.
Forgive me if I ask a question that is something that specialists in this period have easy answers to, but it seems to me it's a question that's been hinted at by several of the previous commentators. I'm a historian of early modern Europe, and when I look forward from the situation of the different colonial empires to the revolution, it will be the case that 13 colonies will come together, and I thought from these excellent papers that I was beginning to get a good sense of why it is that there was tension between the continental colonies and the sugar colonies in the Caribbean, so they would not follow. But it is the case that the General Congress that is called asks for people from throughout the colonies in the Americas, the British colonies in the Americas to come. And at what point does it become clear that the 13 colonies will become the core of the United States and will be the ones that group together, and Canada, Nova Scotia? I don't know how Newfoundland is politically organized, if it is administratively understood as a colony, the Caribbean colonies as well. What is the dynamic, and at what point does it become clear which will be the future United States?
That's a good question. I guess that, I guess I would say probably sometime in 1775 after Georgia's delegates appear. I don't know if they realistically thought they're going to have anybody from these other places. There were reasons why, like internal reasons to Georgia, why they weren't at the first Congress, but some of that had started to resolve by the following year. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you. I don't know if anyone has another idea. I think that, yeah, I would say sometime maybe in 1775, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I would just add that the Articles of Confederation explicitly refers to the fact that Canada will become part of the Union, and in the War of 1812, they invade Canada convinced they will be treated as liberators. So, that's why they go in. They're just like, this is going to be, of course they're going to come. It maybe took them another decade or two longer, but they get it. They must get it now too. No, they're always optimistic.
And I'll just add from the Caribbean side, you do have the Jamaican Assembly that writes to Congress in 1774, and they express sympathy for the proceedings in North America. They ultimately write to the king as well and ask him to intervene. But they give very little explanation, because I think very little explanation was needed for North Americans when they say, our position does not allow us to follow your lead. Whether they would even want to is another question that historians debate, but I think they don't elaborate on that because it was fairly clear, I think, to everyone involved that the Caribbean colonies were not in a position to violently rise up in the way that North American colonies had the potential to.
I have to ask this reactionary thought, because you said that the indigenous were in Congresses all the way up to. Why were they excluded? If there were indigenous groups that were in these Congresses from the 1760s and on, 1750s, why by the time they get to 74, they're not a part of that process?
I think each Congress was a distinct entity. So these other meetings, like the Albany Congress, were meeting to resolve like a discrete problem. So this particular, I think that the mainland colonies were coming together to try to figure out what to do about the coercive acts, and I don't think they would have perceived the need. They wouldn't have had the desire to have, Indian nations as part of that conversation.
If I could now ask a question. First, I do want to thank the four of you, because I think one of the things we've been trying to do here at the APS, at the David Center, and through the conferences is to encourage people to revisit things that we thought we knew about, particularly during the imperial crisis. And all four of you have done that, and I thought Eric's comment was excellent and called on people to liberate themselves, in a sense, in rebellion against 1776, understanding what happened in 1764. So it's fabulous you're doing this. Of course, we'll take credit for it somehow, even though we don't have any. But I do want to. I do have a comment. Oh, and I would also add, Andy, I barely know my own name at this point, so the I word completely escaped me there. But I do have. Mean-spirited on my part. You're right. They did use that term constantly. But my comment to you is this: is that you're right about what Otis says, and this notion of the empire being a sort of federated dominion structure. This was first, sort of discussed by McIlwain, Charles McIlwain, and and I was always, as you know, a huge fan of McIlwain. But I've changed my mind recently. But why? Because when they're at war, they conceptualize the empire one way. When they're at peace, they conceptualize it closer to what you're talking about right now. In other words, when they're fighting the French, not saying, gee, we're sort of independent, where you have a dominion, we can handle. That's not how they talk about it. Nor do their reform plans, like the Albany Plan, reflect the desire for a dominion status. They don't. Most of them reflect a kind of surge towards centralization because of the war, the long war that begins in 1690. And so therefore, the nature of the discourse depends on where they are in the war. And the second thing I would say in this is that when they get into when they sort of, to fund that war, the funding issues come up, they all go to innovation in finance, as we've talked about, many scholars have talked about for many years. But one of the strange things about it is we haven't talked about the fact that the innovation is so different with different implications in the colonies versus in the metropole. It's quite different, and it has different implications. Flooding economies with paper money creates one kind of dynamic, creating a bond structure and an annuity structure that creates another dynamic. And therefore, the divergence proceeds out along that axis in a certain way. Finally, final comment, which goes back to sort of tying in all three perspectives. In Eva's paper, you're right, they started talking about that Caribbean interest, the sugar interest. But what's strange is that if you decenter the colonial discourse in the other areas, they're all starting to say, hey, those northern colonies, they're talking like they have a specific interest or they have a specific influence with everyone. That goes back to how they settle this, to settle the Stamp Act crisis. Remember the old book by Kamen, Rope of Sand, about the imperial agents? He says, well, the crisis in part gets settled because the agents that they have become like a faction in Parliament, and they ally with the Rockingham Whigs. And that creates, so that if you take that point, it's a state settlement rather than, in other words, as if they were operating as part of the central state, not as if they were operating as a fringe dominion. And I think those are my basic comments. But
yeah,
go ahead.
I think you may be running much too far with my subordinate dominion category than I mean you to be.
The whole paper was about that, Andy.
Yeah.
How can I not run with it?
No, because I think you're not taking, Otis takes it seriously subordinate as he does dominion.
Absolutely, he's
right.
a subordinate.
So,
absolutely.
Of course, the state will take the lead in warfare. Now, again, though, they zero fund the war in 1758 for 10 days because they're angry that their liberties have been violated.
Right.
So they do that too, right? But I think that subordinate, he means it. We are subordinate. This, and Parliament is part of this. I love your book, and you show that they don't immediately, they come to reject Parliament, later. But no, Parliament has a crucial role to play in 64, 65 as part of King and Parliament, right? So, I just don't, under warfare, of course, who's going to lead the thing? It's going to be, the King and Parliament.
Well, we'll talk about it. I'm being ordered to wrap up now, rightly so. But I do want to thank the four of you for what I think has been a fabulous panel, and please join me in thanking the group.
Thank you all. There's coffee in the back. We'll reconvene at 3 p.m.
For me, oh yeah, it is. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks, Brennan. And for me, I mean, what I'm really interested in here.
I'm so pleased to see so much conversation, but I'll ask you to begin to take your seats so that we can get started with panel 2, so we can continue these really productive conversations. If you can take your seats and we'll get moving. My name is Brenna Holland. I'm the Director of Programs here at the American Philosophical Society. It is my great pleasure to introduce panel 2 on ideological structures of independence and to introduce its chair, David Waldstreicher, who is the Distinguished Professor of History at the Graduate Center at the City University of New York. David has taught me a lot of history and how to do it. He's a historian of the early 19th century US with particular interests in political history, cultural history, slavery, and anti-slavery. His latest book, The Odyssey of Phyllis Wheatley, A Poet's Journeys Through American Slavery and Independence, is the most deeply researched biography of that poet. And the book was awarded the Society of American Historians Francis Parkman Prize, honoring literary merit in the writing of history. He's also the author of a number of other books, Slavery's Constitution, In the Midst of Perpetual Effects, Runaway America, and many more. So it's my great pleasure to invite up David and the rest of the panel and to get us continuing to discuss America 1776. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am going to quickly introduce our 3 panelists and then get out of the way. First, I'll just underline the title of our, which is not up yet, so all the more reason to do so. The title of this session is Ideological Structures of Independence. And given the vigorous conversation we had about the coming of the revolution in the last session and the careful emphasis on words that we also heard and participated in and will hear more about, I'd like to just call our attention to those 3 words and the weight that we sometimes give them in the study of the revolution: ideology or ideological, structures, and of course, independence. Helena U. Roth is a historian of early America whose work explores the intersections of politics, culture, communications, and empire. Her first book project, American Timelines, Imperial Communications, Colonial Time Consciousness, and the Coming of the American Revolution, reframes the origins of the revolution by illustrating how American colonists and imperial officials came to inhabit different temporal worlds. And what you'll be hearing is a kind of overview of that project very concisely. Helena received her BA in American Studies from Columbia University and her MA and PhD from the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. Her research has been supported by the American Philosophical Society, the Huntington Library, the Massachusetts Historical Society, the American Trust for the British Library, the William L. Clements Library. As you see, she's in the running with Ava for the most fellowships, the George Washington Presidential Library at Mount Vernon, and the Omohundro Institute. Sarah Pearsall, who hardly needs any introduction, but I will anyway, briefly, is professor of history at Johns Hopkins University, and she previously taught for nearly a decade at Cambridge University. She is a historian of early modern North America, which I love as a way of definition, and I assume it's a choice. I think that is wonderfully vast, and Atlantic, and more, and maybe more of us should use that. Her books include Atlantic Families, Lives and Letters in the Late 18th Century, and Polygamy and Early American History, and also the volume on polygamy in the wonderful Oxford Very Short Introduction series, which you probably all know about, and you should. If you don't, you should. These wonderful little books that I don't know. Are there still any bookstores in airports, and train stations? But at least a couple of years ago, these were books that you could buy almost anywhere in these wonderful displays that are about 100 or 120 pages long and are wonderful introductions to big topics in world history and sometimes in national history by expert scholars. And I find them delightful, sometimes even when I'm an expert. You know how that is. But the book that I don't want to forget to talk about is the one that came out last week. Is it last week? Do I have that right? You can't always trust Amazon. Sarah's wonderful book, Freedom Round the Globe, A World History of the American Revolution, which I can't recommend enough for every possible reason. For its, and you'll be getting a taste of it here, and it's a real treat, intellectually and just as a great read. It's a eye-opening and mind-expanding work that it really brings together so many of the best themes in recent historiography and some of the best experiments in narrative history in recent years, I might say. And finally, we'll hear from Evan Hafley, who I think I've known for even longer than just about anybody else in the room. We go way back, and it's great to be here with Evan. Evan is a historian of colonial America and the Atlantic world, and I think early modern everything, also at Texas A&M University. Last year, he was a Fulbright teaching fellow at the University of Tokyo and at 2 Tokyo women's colleges. And in addition to Native American history, his research interests include the history of the book, captivity narratives, historical memory, which he first broached in a book that isn't on my list to remember, but I'll just mention his first book, co-written with Kevin Sweeney, about the Deerfield Massacre of 1704, which is still the best work on the topic, to my knowledge. And he also writes on religious and political consequences of European overseas expansion and the origins and significance of American religious freedom. His sole-authored monographs include New Netherland and the Dutch Origins of American Religious Liberty in 2012, and more recently, Accidental Pluralism, America and the Religious Politics of English Expansion, 1497 to 1662. And you can just tell from those titles that Evan is a leader in putting important historiographical questions and debates in the widest possible context of European as well as Atlantic history. And in the context of his paper today, I should also mention his edited volume, Against Popery, Britain, Empire, and Anti-Catholicism, 2020. And he is currently working on 3 different book projects, one on religious toleration and English imperial expansion in the Restoration era, another on the English origins of American nationalism, and a third in Native American history that examines the relationship between the Iroquois Confederacy and its indigenous neighbors across the eastern woodlands. So we'll go in the order of the in the program, so that would and the order I've just introduced them. Elena.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. I just want to say thank you to the American Philosophical Society for inviting me back. I was a pre-doctoral fellow here a couple of years ago, and I'm just so happy to be here now to share progress on the work that I was doing back then. So, communications is always about space and time. The spatial turn in the humanities has focused historians on tracking communications across vast distances. Today, we are more cognizant than ever before that early American spaces were interconnected. I work on Space's less popular, often overlooked sister, Time. In my book project titled American Timelines, Imperial Communications, Colonial Time Consciousness, and the Coming of the American Revolution, I argue that one crucial factor in the coming of the American Revolution was a shift in how colonists understood and experienced time. In the 1760s and 1770s, many colonists became increasingly aware of the delays, distortions, and power dynamics embedded in transatlantic communication. I argue that one crucial and overlooked factor, sorry about that. I argue that the American Revolution was not only a political and ideological crisis, but also a temporal one. In the years after the 7 Years' War, colonists developed a new and sharpened sense of temporal subordination, an awareness of being trapped in the slow rhythms and delays of imperial administration. Their growing frustration with the lags and deferrals of transatlantic communication evolved into a deeper critique of empire as a system that governed through time. I call this emerging structure of feeling colonial time consciousness. So my work foregrounds time not as a neutral medium through which history unfolds, but as a contested political terrain in which power is exercised, imagined, and resisted. During the 2 decades before the Revolution, many colonists became acutely aware of these delays, silences, and asymmetries. From this, I want to talk about how this awareness emerged a colonial time consciousness that where colonists did not just grow frustrated with the policies of Westminster and Whitehall, they grew frustrated with how long it took to hear about them, how long they waited to respond, and how little those responses seemed to matter. Time became not just a background condition of imperial rule, but one of its most contentious dimensions. Following Reinhard Koselleck, I treat temporality as both conceptual and experiential, not simply as a measure of chronological succession, but as a way of organizing expectations, narratives, and forms of action. For Koselleck, modern historical time emerges when the space of experience no longer matches the horizon of expectation, and when inherited rhythms and systems fail to explain current instability. In the 1760s and 1770s, there was exactly such a rupture in British America. For many British colonists, the familiar space of experience, defined by inherited rights of Englishmen, traditions of provincial authority, and slow but functional imperial communication, was increasingly out of sync with a horizon of expectation marked by rapid geopolitical change, fiscal pressure, and imperial overreach. The resulting temporal disjuncture helped catalyze the revolutionary imagination. So I talk about the ways that living at the peripheries of empire, American colonists were obliged to maintain 2 very different senses of time, colonial and imperial. They lived by a steady local time day to day, but they also had to heed the irregular ticking of an imperial clock set at a distant metropole. In the 18th century, communication and transportation were one and the same. News traveled only as fast as a horse could run or a ship could sail. After weeks or even months of silence, the letters, newspapers, and magazines that arrived on a mail package ship allowed colonists to catch up with the metropolitan life of the imperial center, or at least to try. American colonists would then lurch into their version of an imperial present with each new appearance of news. But of course, this imperial present was already the past. By the time it sailed into North American harbors, the news was at least 5 weeks old. Thus, American colonists came to understand that they would never stay on the same timeline being lived on at home. So what I want to ask today is, what did waiting for transatlantic communications mean politically, psychologically, and culturally? I argue that time and power are not merely interconnected, but woven into the fabric of imperial administration and governance. Waiting is an expression of power, and the specifics of who waits on whom and for what, under what conditions, matter. And so today, I'm going to tell you a story first that looks at 2 moments in Richard Howe's life, 1755 and 1776.
So on the morning of June 8th, 1755, two ships cautiously approached each other in the Gulf of St. Lawrence off the coast of Newfoundland. Toussaint Hocquart, the captain of the French vessel Alcide, eyed Richard Howe, the captain of the English vessel Dunkirk, across a narrow span of frigid water. Hocquart shouted in French, but I'm going to save you, "Are we at peace or at war?" Accounts differ exactly about what happened next. According to the French, Hocquart paused a moment and then repeated his question, at which point Howe replied very distinctly to Hocquart, "Peace, peace." And then with his next breath, Howe ordered the Dunkirk to open fire at the Alcide. In the British accounts, Howe never cried peace, peace at all. Rather, Howe informed Hocquart that he was awaiting orders from his commander and advised the Alcide to prepare in the meantime for the possibility of a battle. Then, when the commander raised the signal flag and gave the order to engage, Howe commanded the Dunkirk to launch a furious broadside at the French ship. All accounts agree that the Dunkirk's ferocious attack devastated the Alcide. Her rigging raked, her masts about to fall, many of her cannon dismounted, and 100 of her crew killed or wounded. Historian Lawrence Henry Gibson explains the Alcide had no choice but to surrender. Two nearby French ships, seeing what happened to their sister, attempted to flee from the British squadron. The Dauphin Royal managed to escape, but the Lise was not so lucky, and thus began and ended the first naval battle in a global conflict that would become known as the 7 Years' War. To understand the temporal confusion that ran rampant in 1755, begin with Hocquart's question across the water to Howe, "Are we at peace or are we at war?" On that day, was it peacetime or wartime in the Atlantic? In his report to the Marine Militaire accounting for his loss of the ship, Hocquart explicitly framed his narrative around issues of communication and time. He explained that he felt impelled to take the initiative since war had not been declared before his departure from Europe. So from the French perspective, Hocquart had been unfairly taken advantage of. The British counter-narrative likewise underscored the centrality of time consciousness. In the British telling, Howe had been a paragon of fair play. He had acknowledged the ambiguity and had advised Hocquart to prepare for the possibility of battle, even when it meant giving up the potential advantage of surprise. Lord Grill, the captain of the Legacies, certainly did not see it this way. He derided the British underhanded manipulation of time, saying, "Behold, a very singular kind of peace, or rather a war declared in a very singular manner." Hocquart's question, Howe's alleged deception, and Logrill's sarcasm highlight the threads of time consciousness running through the war. So in 1755, Richard Howe won the first naval battle between France and Great Britain in the 7 Years' War, thanks to the temporal and spatial ambiguity. But when we return to him in 1776, some of those dynamics will have changed. Back then, the British, with fresher instructions and clear information, exploited the temporal dislocation of their advantage, but later this would change. So, 21 years later, 1776, the situation was reversed. On May 3rd, 1776, George III had appointed Richard and his brother William His Majesty's commissioners for restoring peace to His Majesty's colonies and plantations. Howe had set sail armed with careful plans that British ministers had crafted over several months. On July 2nd, Admiral Howe, now commander of the Royal Peace Commission to North America, anchored the Eagle off the coast of Staten Island with detailed diplomatic instructions sent months earlier from London. But his carefully prepared peace overtures were already irrelevant. Unbeknownst to the British government at the time of Howe's departure, the Continental Congress had declared independence 10 days prior. Howe's orders, crafted in the calm corridors of Whitehall months earlier, were already anachronisms. His carefully worded circulars and conciliatory overtures were rendered irrelevant before they ever reached American soil. When Howe learned the news aboard his ship, his secretary Henry Strachey described the panic. Everything had been overtaken by events. Now, Howe could not act on his instructions from the metropole without, quote, embarrassing consequences because, quote, the Congress had declared the colonies to be independent states and disavowed the authority of the king as well as of the Parliament of Great Britain. Suddenly, it was the imperial center that was operating on outdated information, and this time it was the revolutionaries who benefited from the delay. Unable to respond to the events on the ground without new instructions from a distant metropole, Howe stayed aboard the Eagle for weeks, immobilized by the mismatch between metropolitan time and revolutionary change. The British, now once arbiters of imperial chronology, suddenly found themselves disoriented by delay. This reversal of temporal power was no accident. In fact, no one understood it better or wielded it more effectively than Thomas Paine. In 1774, Paine had arrived in Philadelphia as a 37-year-old, mostly bankrupt, former corset maker, shopkeeper, tax collector, school teacher, proto-union organizer who had advocated for higher wages for civil servants, and a parliamentary pamphleteer and lobbyist with a recommendation from Ben Franklin and a talent for political writing. He quickly became the editor of the Pennsylvania Magazine and immersed himself in the vibrant political life of Philadelphia. As tensions escalated after the battles of Lexington and Concord in 1775, Paine had come to believe that independence was both inevitable and urgent, but that it would require a decisive rhetorical push at exactly the right time. By late 1775, Paine was not just writing common sense, but doing math. Paine put his knowledge of transatlantic communications rhythms and the political rhythms of the metropole together to ensure that common sense hit the bookstands and colonial readers at the right time. In a 1779 letter, Paine explained how he had done it. Quote, "As I knew the time of the Parliament meeting and had no doubt what sorts of king's speech it would produce, my contrivance was to have the pamphlet come out just at the time the speech might arrive in America, and so fortunate was I in this cast of policy that both of them made their appearance in the city on the same day." Paine himself acknowledged, "It was in a great measure owing to my bringing a knowledge of England with me to America that I was enabled to enter deeper into politics and with more success than other people." On January 9th, 1776, George III's speech to Parliament, rejecting the olive branch petition and condemning his rebellious subjects and the advertisements for common sense, appeared simultaneously in the Philadelphia newspapers. Paine timed the publication of Common Sense to coincide precisely with the arrival of the speech, rejecting the petition. This was no coincidence, though. It was a deliberate act of revolutionary synchronization, one that forged an artificial simultaneity between monarchical rejection and revolutionary rebuttal. In a world when colonial readers were used to waiting, guessing, and reacting, Common Sense read like a revelation, a response to imperial authority that arrived not months later, but in real time. This carefully manufactured simultaneity between the king's rejection and Paine's call for independence gave Common Sense a powerful immediacy. For colonists used to feeling like they were always playing catch-up to imperial news, it was electrifying. More than a pamphlet, Common Sense was a temporal intervention. It named and indicted the lived experience of colonial delay, the endless cycles of sending petitions, awaiting replies, and living under the shadow of decisions made months earlier at a distant capital. As discussed above, Paine's point was simple, quote, "To be always running 3,000 or 4,000 miles with a tale or a petition, waiting 4 or 5 months for an answer, will, in a few years, be looked upon as folly and childishness," he said. The revolution Paine demanded was not merely political or constitutional, it was temporal. He declared independence not only from British rule, but from British time. Although this particular next sentence didn't make it into the final draft of Common Sense, it captures the political and psychological toll that living in multiple timelines had on colonists. Quote, "A greater absurdity cannot be conceived of than 3 millions of people running to their seacoast every time a ship arrives from London to know what portion of liberty they should enjoy." Looking back at the Revolution, John Adams, that is, would wonder how 13 clocks were made to strike together, a perfection of mechanism which no artist had ever before effected. Adams, decidedly not a fan of Paine, may not have liked the answer, but even Adams was using the language of time. Paine's skillful time management versus Howe's obsolescence underscored the broader transformation underway, where once colonial subjects anxiously awaited news from across the Atlantic, they were now shaping the tempo of events. In 1776, the colonists became the ones who acted first, and the imperial officials, those who scrambled to catch up. Take that document that 56 men subscribed that summer in Philadelphia. The previous year, and the year before that, they had sent desperate petitions to King George III, and they had received no reply. A petition goes from the peripheries to the center of power, seeking some future action or response from the powerful. It accordingly must proceed on the center's timeline of events, and succeeds or fails by the center's grace. A declaration, on the other hand, takes effect as soon as it is declared, and solicits no one's approval or rejection. If the news takes some time to reach the metropole, that is the metropole's misfortune. Thomas Jefferson's broadside represented more than an act of political secession. It was a declaration of temporal independence. The language of the document was accordingly sweeping, whereas the Olive Branch petition had built its narrative of grievance around, quote, the conclusion of the late war. The declaration situated colonial history in the, quote, grand course of human events. Paine had weaponized transatlantic delay in January. The Continental Congress had institutionalized it in July. By then, imperial time had broken down. Colonial Americans were no longer waiting for British orders to arrive before deciding how to act. The lag in imperial communication, once a symbol of authority, had become a liability. The pace of political change in the colonies now outstripped the metropole's capacity to govern them. The very delay that had once served imperial interests now exposed their limits. In this inversion of temporal power, Howe's paralysis aboard his vessel became emblematic of a broader imperial disorientation. Imperial governance had depended on the management and strategic exploitation of transatlantic delays, but by the time Howe arrived off the coast of Staten Island in July 1776, the temporal and spatial center of gravity had shifted. Howe himself admitted as much. At a September 1776 meeting with Ben Franklin, John Adams, and John Rutledge, Howe stated that, quote, they, the colonists themselves, had changed the ground since he left England by their Declaration of Independency. Howe's secretary, Strachey, saw the temporal game at play. Quote, there is no doubt that the violent members of the Congress drove forth the Declaration of Independency before the arrival of Lord Howe on purpose to defeat the operation of his Pacific powers. We have been by many sensible men that if Lord Howe had arrived a few weeks sooner, before the intoxicating arguments for freedom and independency had taken such strong hold, then the very general wishes for peace would have met and effectuated the purpose of this commission. Now all Strachey and Howe could do was hope that, quote, if it be thought proper to make any alteration in the instructions in the consequence of the Declaration of Independency, imperial officials at Whitehall would, quote, take care that such alteration be void of ambiguity. Where once colonial subjects anxiously awaited news from across the Atlantic, they were now shaping the tempo of events. In 1776, the colonists became the ones who acted first, and the imperial officials those who scrambled to catch up. Imperial time had broken down. The lag in imperial communication had now worked to the benefit of the revolutionaries. The pace of political change in the colonies now outstripped the metropole's capacity, and the very delay that had once served imperial interests now advanced the cause of independence. Thank you.
It this way. Hi, everyone. Lovely to see everyone here today. I want to extend my thanks especially to Brenna and Tom and everyone here at APS for organizing this amazing conference. thank my fellow panelists and David for that exceedingly generous introduction, and thank you all for being here. I also want to give my apologies in advance because I'm only here today because of my son's high school graduation festivities this weekend. So I am very conscious of the passage of time. And actually, somebody mentioned that there's a clock up here, which when I was sitting down there, I was imagining was like a grandfather clock, but it's actually like a timer and it's like kind of awesome counting down. So I will try to keep within my compass here. Okay, so I'm presenting what is the beginning of chapter 4 of my book that's just come out. So I also will apologize for that. And in this book, I start every chapter outside of the 13 colonies, thinking about a sort of wider landscape and what sort of starting in that place helps us to see about the 13 colonies that we think we know so well. So that's what I will do here today. And I will start by thinking about happiness. 10 ladies listened with unusual attention to the speakers debating the proposition in soft Scottish brogues. Is a nation in a state of barbarity or a nation in a state of luxury and refined manners the happiest? By contrast, the gentlemen in the audience were likely a little distracted that night in January 1775, sneaking glances and shifting a little as they adjusted themselves to the rustle of petticoats and the hint of perfume. This debate was the very first one to which women had been admitted in the previously all-male Pantheon Society in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital city. We don't know where the women sat, but the hall was filled almost entirely with men, except for those 10 women. It was a little bit controversial for them to be there, so it took some pluck for them to show up. Nevertheless, the men were pretty pleased with themselves for their act of gallantry in allowing them, and at the end of the night, everyone voted on the proposition. So, barbarism or refinement, which one do you think won? Hands up for barbarism. Okay, hands up for refinement. Okay, I think I'm seeing more hands up for refinement, which is true and also not true. In fact, what happened was that the women all voted for refinement, but the men must have voted in larger numbers for barbarism because that's what, in fact, won the debate. And I think this kind of question, this moment, opens up larger concerns of this age, which we're very often thinking about in terms of America, but we might pull back and think about this wider world. And thinking a little bit about what happiness meant and what its implications were for people is, I think, a helpful way to do that. I think it's also helpful to think a little bit about these debating societies and what they were doing. This is a cartoon from 1783, a little bit later, with a kind of ridiculous proposition to be debated next Thursday evening. How far is it from the 1st of August to the foot of Westminster Bridge? Maybe a question for our first speaker. But in any case, sort of lampooning these debating societies, which became all the rage around this same period, especially in the 1770s and 1780s throughout the kind of Anglophone world, actually. As you can maybe tell, this is an all-male audience, which was much the more typical debating society, but there were mixed audiences and there were also all-female ones. And I think it gives us a little bit of a sense of this context. The question about happiness is one that preoccupied many in this period. It's certainly one that I could talk about for a really long time. I'm happy to talk about it further in questions. It's obviously a word that occurs in the Declaration of Independence, of course, in its first famous trio, but also in another paragraph about the right of people to overturn a government that's destructive of the ends, and to put a new government that is most likely, quote, to affect their safety and happiness. In other words, happiness was a reason both to abolish governments and to found new ones. So happiness really mattered. And I think we need to push past the idea that was common, it's a sort of phrase that's used in the 19th century, that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are mere glittering generalities of the Declaration of Independence. In fact, I think they all have bite in this era, and I want to just think a little bit about that here. There's private happiness, and there's also public, community, happiness of mankind, kind of wider ideas about happiness that are going on. And of course, it's not only American patriots who are pursuing happiness. So I want to start by focusing on Edinburgh, as I have done, to indicate that this is partly a place that's also in transition and in the midst of transformation in this period. One of the features of this is this rise of debating societies like the Pantheon Society. And the Pantheon Society, like so many of these debating societies, is really focused on thinking about happiness in a lot of ways. But there's also an ideal of enlightenment, of transformation, of cleaning things up, of making things orderly that had been disorderly. And this is very manifest on the streets of Edinburgh in this period. This is an earlier 1769 perspective. You can see sort of Arthur's Seat at one end and the castle at the other. But this is a period where this is starting to change. I'm sorry, that isn't the most beautifully extended picture. But what you can see at the top is Newtown. And what you can see along the center spine is what is now called Old Town. Newtown is a place of orderly crescents and streets, wide and inviting and orderly. The medieval center is higgledy-piggledy, tightly packed together places, all a bit askew. And I think even if this isn't the best representation, you can see that a little bit here. And I think this encapsulates something about aspirations to a kind of better, cleaner, happier world. A city and also a world that people are seeking to sort of put into place. And it is a place where these aspirations are driving a lot of work and driving some of the sort of debating society discussions, but it's also influencing a lot of the work of what comes to be known as the Scottish Enlightenment, people like David Hume and Lord Kaimes, both of whom argued that happiness lay in refinement. And Hume had published an essay contending that, quote, the ages of refinement are both the happiest and most virtuous. In my estimation, this January 1775 debate is a sort of nod to that claim. And it's interesting to me that refinement did not win. When I asked my son, the one who's about to graduate, why he thought men would have voted for barbarism in this period, he said he thought that maybe they saw it as metal AF, was how he put it, that there was something kind of cool and exciting and kind of hot about barbarism. And it's something that we can maybe discuss. The women did not support barbarism. Did they genuinely feel this way? Did they feel it was unseemly for them to vote for barbarism? Hard to say. And this sort of sense that men maybe were heading away from refinement. Were they imps of the perverse? This is the very first time they had women at these debates to sort of thumb their noses at this idea of refinement. But whatever, maybe they found something exciting, something metal AF, who knows? In any case, that is the sort of moment. But partly, I think it also raises this larger question about what happiness meant to people and why it mattered for them. And this is a sort of question, this idea about happiness that informs a lot of debates at the Pantheon Society. Whether being married or single is more conducive to happiness, whether knowledge or ignorance is the happier, whether happiness in marriage depends on a husband or a wife. These were all topics that they discussed at the Pantheon Society. And partly, I think it's very easy for us to miss something that I, in fact, also had missed for a really long time until I really started to delve into it for this chapter and became aware of debates going on in this period about who could be happy. And one of the interesting points that I found was David Hume's argument that essentially, as he put it, objects didn't have worth in themselves, but in the feelings that they created in people. And if they generated strong positive feelings, as he put it, the person is happy. It cannot reasonably be doubted, but a little miss dressed in a new gown for a dancing school ball receives as complete enjoyment as the greatest orator who triumphs in the splendor of his eloquence, end quote. Okay, obviously this is a somewhat patronizing description of this young woman in her dress, but still it's a claim that happiness belongs equally to both of them. We might think that's pretty uncontroversial, but actually it was controversial. And in fact, another Edinburgh resident, James Boswell, had a discussion with Samuel Johnson about, quote, Hume's notion that all who are happy are equally happy, a little miss with a new gown at a dancing school ball, or an orator having made an eloquent speech. Johnson disagreed with Hume. Quote, Sir, that all who are happy are equally happy is not true. A peasant and a philosopher may be equally satisfied, but not equally happy. Happiness consists in the multiplicity of agreeable consciousness. A peasant has not capacity for having equal happiness with a philosopher. Okay, so in fact, this idea of happiness is a much more complicated and controversial one in this period than maybe many of us had realized. And partly this connects with sort of larger thoughts about sensibility and who is able to access that. And I think we see some of these controversies enlivening American press in this same period. We see arguments about happiness in marriage in ads from separated spouses. We also see sort of satires, political satires from American liberty and loyalty sort of sparring over this idea of happiness. And we also see the idea of happiness in, that's all right, in the Ladies of Edenton, North Carolina. So this is their petition as printed in the Morning Chronicle, as we cannot be indifferent on any occasion that appears nearly to affect the peace and happiness of our country, has been thought necessary to enter into several particular dissolves for non-importation. And of course, this gathering of ladies at Edenton in North Carolina was the source of amusement to especially metropolitan audiences. I have no doubt many of you are familiar with this satirical cartoon, which is lampooning this sort of moment as a kind of disorderly one where the women are neglecting their duties and sort of flirting with British men. And of course, there's also an enslaved woman whose sort of labor is making this possible. And I think sort of we see in this moment a cartoon that both is a kind of 2-for-1. It's mocking American pretensions and it's mocking women organizing, which is sending a message to people like the women at the Pantheon Society about what women organizing or women entering into public life might do. And I am happy to talk further about this. But I also want to highlight something that maybe many historians haven't talked about when they've talked about Edenton, which is another woman there who also sought to secure happiness. An advertisement seeking her return appeared as far away as Virginia in early 1775. This is a woman called Rhode, born in New England and apparently speaking that dialect, who liberated herself from slavery in Edenton. She had already shown her pluck, her refusal to be kept down. Her hair was combed into the same kind of fashionable high roll of those in this Edenton satire, and she reveled in what was described with disapproval in the ad as gaiety in dress. She made her escape in a striped jacket made of fashionable homespun, as well as a chintz gown and a red petticoat. And this moment of this sort of seeking of happiness by Rhode, who is trying, presumably, to get back to her people in New England, is something that we can sort of trace. And I think following her and thinking about other New Englanders, one of whom David Waldstreicher has written so beautifully about, which is Phyllis Wheatley, who are emphasizing their right to happiness. And I think we miss the radicalism of that move if we don't have this wider context about these debates over happiness. And one of the things that Wheatley does throughout her collection of poems, her published poems, is to transform even moments of mourning, death, and of children, and of preachers and others into moments of joy and bliss. And I think we start to see more of the political ramifications of that move when we think about the fact that some people denied that women like Wheatley could have true happiness, that even young women who were at a dancing ball could have true happiness, that they only could have a kind of animal satisfaction. And I think this emphasis on happiness helps us to sort of see it in a different way. And I think choosing happiness for especially a lot of people in this period, women like Wheatley and women like Rhode, they knew that chasing this dream was a terrifying and exhilarating prospect. And whether in Edinburgh or Edenton, this was a kind of monumental move. And I want to just say, we tend to focus on texts like the Declaration of Independence in places like Philadelphia, but America's 1776 was not only America's, of course. What happens if we expand our view, pulling back to survey the rumpled happiness to be found in orderly crescents, disorderly debates, and saucy red petticoats? Thanks. 0. All right.
Sorry, I was looking at my little PowerPoint earlier. All right, thank you everybody, and thank you to the organizers and supporters of this conference. This is a real pleasure and honor to be here to talk about the Declaration of Independence. And thank you, David, for that very nice introduction. I think it was about 30 years ago that we met when we were both graduate students and he was applying for a job at Princeton, where I was a grad student at the time, and you were riding the wave of your new book, or your forthcoming, on early American nationalism, which remains one of the key texts of early American nationalism. And nationalism was the furthest thing from my mind, but here we are 30 years later, and I find myself coming back to this topic of the origins of American nationalism. But for me, what's really fascinating is less what the U.S. becomes after 1776, but what it meant to be English and to be British up until 1776. And one thing I would urge all of you to do is to go see that, check out that exhibit that Pat mentioned, and read Jefferson's draft, because there's one of the things that one of the edits that gets cut out by sections that gets cut out by Congress. He has this whole screed about the people of Britain and how disappointed he is in them and how we used to be so close and now this is just going to work. It really leads like a kind of breakup letter. It's incredibly emotional, and it's that more irrational, emotional side of things that I'm interested in capturing, and which has led me to this topic of anti-popery as one of the best ways, I think, of expressing that and expressing the core element of what it meant to be English for colonial Americans. And I should say, as you could tell from maybe some of the works that David read out, like I'm not originally a scholar of anti-popery or anti-Catholicism, which is very basically it's the same thing. I was always more interested in religious toleration, religious freedom, religious pluralism, people getting along. But the more I studied that topic in early America, the more I see people complaining and denouncing and going on about this thing called popery. And I've come to realize that the positive that we have of religious coexistence and religious freedom and toleration and so forth in colonial and early America is predicated on this anti-type, this counterexample of this thing called popery. And as an historian, you just see more and more evidence of something, and eventually you just have to accept it and maybe start exploring it if you don't think that the literature out there talks about this topic enough. And again, I never intended to do this line of research, but I did want to highlight its importance. And Brendan, this was like 16, 17 years ago, we did that conference here in this very same room on anti-popery, trying to sort of think about its significance in early American history. And what I'm grateful for this chance to speak to you is my first chance to think about this particular topic in connection with the Declaration of Independence. Now, what I do in the paper, I'm not sure how many people have read it, is I basically look at the rhetoric and the examples that are talked about in the Declaration of Independence and show ways or highlight moments that would have had resonance for people who were immersed in this anti-popish culture, which is what all colonial Americans were, and the handful of us, like people like me who are scholars of this topic, are also part of. So that is my specialty. The Declaration of Independence per se is not my big specialty. I have tried to catch up with the work on this field. We have people in the audience who know much more about this than I do. I hope what I have to say is new and a little bit fresh and can give you some more context for thinking about the Declaration of Independence, but I can't absolutely guarantee that because I haven't read everything that has been written on the Declaration of Independence, because it just doesn't stop. I mean, if anybody's watching, there's like a new book every week coming out. So there's a lot that's been written about it, and it's very hard to say something new about this, but maybe what I have to offer is something a little bit new and fresh. And before I go on, I just want to dedicate this talk to my advisor, and Andy's advisor, John Murren, who is, most of you will know as one of the greatest early Americanists of his generation. Others will remember him as the captain, the dedicated captain of the Princeton Summer Softball League team, the Machiavellian moment, whose slogan he invented, "The enemy of my enemy is my teammate," and he would always have this great face when he was saying that. But the thing about Murren, if you knew him, is he didn't publish a whole lot, but he just knew way more than anybody else was ever going to know about early America, and he was always full of these little observations and comments that would get you thinking, and sometimes get you thinking for a long time. And so basically what I'm dealing with here is something that he said to me also about 30 years ago, because we were grad students at Princeton, and he would drive us down to Philadelphia to come attend what was then the Philadelphia Center, became the McNeil Center for the talks. And one night, and I say the other reason why I'm doing this is that the American Revolution does not make sense to me. It has never made sense to me. I mean, we're taught the British did this, and they did that, and they passed this law, and oh my gosh, how could they do that? How could they do that to us? Right? And I think for me, one of the problems with studying the American Revolution and thinking about the American Revolution is that basic thing. talking about it and thinking about it as us and them. And basically every book by all the great scholars of the American Revolution makes that mistake. They talk about the Americans and they talk about the British as if they're two very different people. So what I'm trying to do here is to erase that distinction and remember what it was like, recover what it was like to be the same, to everybody be British, everybody be English. But on one of these drives back, maybe we had something about the American Revolution. This was after I'd done my examinations, so I passed somehow. So I wasn't cheating, but I still troubled by why did the American Revolution happen? And I asked John in the car just before, it was just him and me. He was dropping me off at my house, and I was like, all right. And the thing about John is he would always know so much that he would give you, he never gave you a straight answer. And because he always wanted to encourage you to think, he would always have other examples and counterexamples and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, damn it, John, why did the American Revolution happen? And he's like, well, and then he started talking about this guy in New York, and I'm pretty sure it was William Smith Jr., but I forget the guy's name, who, the revolution started, he has to pick a side, and he sits down, reads all the literature on both sides, the patriot cause, the loyalist cause, and he basically decides, and Marin says that basically either you believe there was a conspiracy against American liberties or there wasn't. And this very highly educated, rational, enlightened American, New York colonist decided there was not a conspiracy, and so he becomes a loyalist. And so I'm not the first person to say that there's a conspiracy, and Gordon Wood and Bernard Bailyn and others people have mentioned this, and I'm also not the first person to say that, hey, we could think about the Declaration of Independence as a conspiracy, but maybe this is my new contribution. Nobody's ever said what kind of conspiracy is it, and so I'm thinking of it through the terms of anti-popery. Now, anti-popery is basically, I don't know how familiar you are, it's basically anti-Catholicism, but it's taking those anti-Catholic ideas and the same language and the same critiques and applying them to the political example of the papacy as an absolutist, tyrannical institution, as well as its religious dimensions. And that political dimension means it can also be applied to people who are doing tyrannous, popishly seeming things, even if they're not actually Roman Catholics, like George III and the Protestant British Empire. And that's, and I'll just say that, there's a lot of intellectual history and political thought stuff about the classical republicanism. There's also, there's talk about anti-Catholicism as a distinct sort of ethno-religious prejudice. And then anti-popery is sometimes, it's basically anti-Catholicism, but it's something bigger. And I'm picking this up from scholarship on early modern England, where it is very different from what we think about it in America, where we mostly think of anti-Catholicism as a prejudice against immigrants and outsiders and people coming into this country from elsewhere, whereas within the English context, it's an internal thing that dates back to the Reformation and the need to break with the papacy as a political and a religious force. And that becomes very foundational to the nationalist, to British nationalism, English nationalism in the 16th and 17th century through the 18th century. And it's that sense of nationalism that the Americans pick up on. This is a nice, just sort of quick example from the early 17th century, drawn by a Puritan in England who eventually migrates to New England, just sort of showing how it's a direct connection between these two things, where you can see how this anti-popish thinking links up historic events like the Spanish Armada invasion on the one hand, and then the gunpowder plot, which some of you probably know, where Catholics tried to blow up the English Parliament in the early 17th century. And in the middle, you see the Pope and Jesuits and the Spanish and the devil all kind of conspiring together, and it's that idea that there's these nefarious forces conspiring. But then, fortunately, for Protestant England, God is keeping an eye on us and prevents these things from taking things over. But the point about anti-popery is you never know. You cannot relax, because popery, it's not just a prejudice, it's a threat to all of us because we're corrupt human beings and we're always tempted by things like wealth and power and sex and gold and And so it's a constant temptation that we all have, and we can all fall into popery. And England in the 17th century kept threatening to fall back into popery with the threat that the monarchy might reconvert back to Roman Catholicism and bring back Roman Catholicism and absolutist politics and tyranny and corruption and so forth. And how do Americans and British people in the early modern period know about this? Because it's being crammed down their throats in all sorts of ways. Religious sermons. Here's a thing. There's an endowed series of lectures at Harvard, which still exists, the Dudleyan lectures, which were founded in the mid-18th century explicitly to prove the falsities and corruptions of Rome, which continue through the 19th century. By the 19th century, people were like, oh, it's a little rude to be saying all these mad things about Roman Catholics all the time. So they've toned it down, but it still exists at Harvard. But it's not just about religion, it's about all kinds of other things, and it's like you can't separate religion and politics in this world. So it's in things like history books and your readers, your ABC, what do you call those books? Syllabaries or whatever, to learn how to learn the language. It's in adventure stories, it's in captivity narratives. It's in sensationalist tracts, stories about nuns and priests having sex and doing all kinds of crazy things behind the bars of nunneries, the violence of the Spanish Inquisition. So it just satisfies all sorts of cultural itches, you could say, or concerns and preoccupations that Protestants have. And then it also figures into political propaganda. And as everybody knows, the Declaration of Independence has but nasty things to say about Native Americans and the Hessians and so forth. But that's something that anti-papists have been saying for a long time. Here on the one side you see a representation of the Irish rebels in the 1640s and how they're killing women and children during the rebellion then, and then you see another image from the 1640s where those tropes get applied to the French and the threat of what's going to happen if the French come and invade. So you can see traces of this in all kinds of ways in, I think, in the Declaration, because it's just permeated colonial American society and culture everywhere. It's most obvious in New England, but you can see it in the South as well. And that's because it comes over with the first colonists in the 17th century. It becomes very foundational to what it means to be English for these people. And I think one of the reasons why it works so well and is especially strong in America, even more so than in England and Britain, is because it brings people together. You have a variety of different ethnicities. English is the main one, but you have Germans and Huguenots and so forth. And you have a variety of different kinds of religions. Protestants are the majority, but there's some Jews. And even the Roman Catholics in Maryland, they're the kinds of Roman Catholics who tend to be critical of the power of the Pope. So this opposition to the ideal, to the image of this negative image of the Pope is something that can bring pretty much everybody in America together, despite all of their complex differences. And there's a long history and tradition of explaining confusing and demoralizing events by blaming them on papish conspiracies, which is what the Declaration is partly picking up on. And there's another thing about the nature of anti-popery that I think is really important for understanding its power and appeal in the Declaration is its predictive capacity, because you're constantly being told that if people are doing this and they're doing this, it's just going to inevitably lead to tyranny and popery and corruption and so forth. And you don't see that directly in the Declaration. What I do is I sort of look at some of the rhetoric and some of the phrases and historical resonances that would have set people off, even though it's not immediately obvious. But you can see it in other texts, like here from the Appeal to the People of Great Britain by Congress. So the same people, if you get them in other situations, they will say this kind of more explicitly anti-popish rhetoric. And the other thing that is going on here is that usually it's thought of as anti-Catholicism. It's only about Roman Catholics or people who are assumed to be Roman Catholics. But what you see in some of the rhetoric from ministers especially is they're starting to say, well, actually, this stuff that we say about papists and Catholics can also be applied to Protestants. And this is sort of the case. This is from a Baptist from New Jersey who makes this case most explicitly. And that is part of what I find so fascinating about some of these sources, because when you're an historian, you want to see these connections being made, you can see them being made, and then you have somebody like this guy who goes along in 1775 and he makes the connection for you. So it's there in people's minds. And then this is a famous piece of propaganda. This is about the Quebec Act, which of 1774, which really, really freaked people out, and I would say is one of the key moments of alienating people from the British Empire. But it's criticizing all Protestants, the British, the king, the government, the Church of England, and that's the problem, not actual Roman Catholics. Now, most of the sources for anti-popery are ministers, and that they say, because they'll talk about it at greater length. But if you look at regular people, even people like George Washington or Alexander Hamilton, who don't normally talk about religion very much, in certain moments of stress, and certainly you see this especially in response to the Quebec Act, they'll say these little things which just reveal how much they too are part of this culture, even if they don't actually talk about religion or Roman Catholics very much at all. But there's lots of clear evidence that they share in these basic beliefs. And even people like Thomas Jefferson, the most enlightened, or James Madison or whatever, you can see traces of this way of thinking among them. Now, and I close at the end by talking about the king and his response and Parliament's response to all of this, or what they're saying in 1775 especially, when they're sending out the troops to the Howe's expedition that you talked about in the beginning. And here I just want to point out that not all anti-popery is the same. You have more radical versions, like represented by New England and John Adams, and that's where all kinds of things, including that are very hierarchical, like the Church of England, can very easily be characterized as papists, and you can't trust Catholics at all. And there's a more moderate, elitist kind of version, which is very prevalent with more conservative people, like George Washington and the King of England, where actually, Catholics aren't all that bad. They're wrong about certain things. We disagree with their religion. But as political actors and people, they're potentially more loyal and reliable than these radical Puritan types who can be disloyal and rebellious, like we saw in the 17th century when they rebelled and killed the king. And so there is another version of anti-popery, which is a kind of anti-Puritan anti-popery that blames that blames all the problems that are going on, not that seem to be coming from Puritans and dissenters and so forth. This is from a 17th century cartoon where you see Quakers and Presbyterians and all these people getting together. But if you look up in the corner, there's the Pope who's kind of whispering to everybody and getting them to scheme together to conspire against the established order in church and state. And if you look at what King George says and the people supporting King George in Parliament at the same time as Americans are thinking about going to independence, they are using the same language, but in this more conservative version, where they're also blaming Popish agents, Jesuits, Popish conspiracy, and that everybody on both sides. And the thing is that these are conspiracy theories that provide a satisfying way for explaining a lot of difficult and different kinds of events, but they're mutually exclusive, or they're incompatible. And there's a Peter Lake, who works on the English Civil War period, talks about the origins of the English Civil War as partly because it's coming out of this clash of different conspiracies, different kinds of anti-Puritan conspiracy and anti-Popish conspiracy. And I think we can apply that model to the origins of the American Revolution and the Declaration of Independence as well. Thanks.
Well, we've taken quite a grand tour, and in the interest of time, and I'm not going to do something as formal and exquisite as Eric did in the last panel, where he so generously really gave us primary sources, secondary sources, and commented on all three papers extensively. But I'm just going to suggest some themes and some issues that I see continuing in this area of inquiry of the coming of the revolution, and particularly around this question of ideology and its role in the coming of the revolution. In the introduction to the new Cambridge History of the American Revolution, which is a 3-volume compilation with an amazing range of scholars, and that especially highlights new work and younger scholars, perhaps unusually for the kind of state of the field and synthetic thing that it is. The editors, Marjolaine Kars and Michael McDonnell and Andy Shockett, on page 2, highlight a move in the scholarship from why the American Revolution and who was behind it to how it happened. And from what they say is from structures to practices. This interested me quite a bit because in my first book that Evan mentioned on the making of American nationalism coming out of the Revolution, I also tried to deal with nationalism as an ideology and also advocated a move to paying attention to its practices and the paradoxes involved. But in retrospect, I was still talking about ideology, and I'm still very much concerned with the legacy, very much influenced by the legacy left by the work of Bernard Bailyn and Gordon Wood that had influenced me so much, but which I also felt was insufficient to explain how we end up with the political culture that comes into being after the revolution. Bailyn so brilliantly isolated this neo-Republican ideology as something that explained how it is that people came to believe that there was a conspiracy against liberty, coming out of what he said was a minority strain of English-British political thought, how it was possible for that to become a motivating factor for people to believe in this conspiracy. And ideology functioned in Bailyn's work and to some extent in Wood's work in a kind of broadening sense, almost as a kind of thing that was in the air, not so much a program, even though it was motivating, but as something that nonetheless explained what happened, explained the origins, explained how you get from here to there, even among these people who were so British, but maybe who didn't have the most concrete grievances that maybe explained later revolutions in history, class grievances, economic grievances, things of that sort. And I think that that work was so influential on so many of us, in part because it explained the why as well as the how, or seemed to, but not perhaps to the satisfaction of subsequent historians or some of their own generation of historians who still wanted to ask questions about who and about material interests and still were convinced that those may have played a decisive factor. What does this have to do with these papers? Well, similarly to the move that the Cambridge history editors noticed, these papers are still trying to get at, I think, both ideology, but maybe especially the how. Helena's paper is not so much about ideology, but it is about consciousness and consciousness in action that has real results, that explains why it is and how it is that you could get to a revolutionary situation. She explains the alienation that was felt by folks dealing with more and more political news as well as economic news, and how they could be tempted into the kind of spontaneous actions that turned the tables on the colonial situation of having to wait 6 weeks for the news that Paine described so eloquently. She points to differences between the situation in a place like Philadelphia, or much less further inland, and what it was like to be in London between English and North Americans that were material and political even as they were about consciousness. and that they were about what linked these people across the Atlantic, governance and news about all manner of things, even as they highlighted this alienation among fellow Britons. So what she's getting at here is like ideology, but it's not quite ideology, and it's more material. It's more about how than it is about why, though I think she still is making causal claims. Sarah's chapter broadens our perspective, as so obviously outside of the 13 colonies, as she's underlined. But I would having read it and having read the book and also having read the chapter that she's drawing on, I would point out how much she insists on women and African Americans insisting that their happiness is political. She says that doing so was a political, that talking about their happiness was a political act, and she even says a substantial political project. And in doing so, she makes these broader struggles that are not reducible to the patriot struggle, even though these folks are connecting it to the patriot struggle, the ladies at Edenton, Phyllis Wheatley, more than the earlier debaters in Edinburgh. Really inseparable. Is happiness an ideology? Well, no, not quite. And that shows the limits of the search for ideology as a coherent and widely shared thing that motivates enough people to create a revolution is really not sufficient to explain a situation that becomes so volatile, a process of politicization that can bring in people who maybe have distinct interests and who maybe who may become revolutionaries, may sign on to the project, but are maybe doing it in order to broaden it or for different reasons. And I think that it's a great illustration of the way in which she's able to tell a story of the revolution that is the story of the revolution and how we get there, but also somehow both broader and also in places like Edinburgh or Edenton, locally distinct. And I think that's a real advance in our trying to figure out how it is we retain those important explanatory aspects about the revolution and the process of politicization that creates the nation and creates new kinds of politics, while also noticing that some of the older stories tend to reduce it to a smaller canvas and ultimately often depoliticize what was experienced as a tremendous wave of politicization that had implications that went beyond the intentions of the people we call the founders. Evans' paper, I think, returns, interestingly, to the Balin-esque territory of the deep British background to the revolution and to the question of a shared ideology. I stumble, though, on the question of anti-popery as an ideology, though I acknowledge that it speaks to the extremely important question of the relationship between religion and politics, which has occupied historians of the revolution since it occupied participants in the American Revolution. The fifth column of those ministers making all those speeches was something that the Loyalists were pointing out in 1775, if not early, and even earlier. So that he's going after some of the toughest stuff in understanding Anglo-American politics and culture. I just want to, before I criticize him some more, I want to acknowledge just how important and difficult this is and how much it's ground zero for those of us who are interested in culture and politics in the 18th century. There's no way around the inseparability of religion and politics in Anglo-America. But was anti-popery, as he says in the written version, a fundamental Anglo-American ideology? A fundamental part of American revolutionaries' ideology of liberty? And for that matter, was anti-popery the same as anti-Catholicism, as he emphasized in his oral presentation? Or is anti-Catholicism a subset of this larger thing that we might call anti-popery, which is what he says in the paper. Well, it seems to me that if anti-popery is not anti-Catholicism, and I'm willing to grant that it's not the same, that it's not an ideology, it's an idiom or a rhetoric, not an international Protestant ideology. And it can't have the causal force which Evan seems to posit. I have even more issues with his claim that anti-popery is the substance or ground of nationalism in this period, and he seems to imply that that might be as true for British nationalism, or at least had been in the 17th century, maybe becoming less so for people across the pond. What he's forthrightly criticizing in the longer version are like more secular accounts of the rise of nationalism, including my own, though I didn't think I was secularizing it, but he's thinking of Benedict Anderson's account of print nationalism, which people have said I was extremely influenced by, even though I don't think I was. Just to, or at least not consciously. But I do talk a lot about print, so there is a similarity in our interpretations. So the idea that nationalism is newly possible in the late 18th century because of the spread of print, the people can imagine doing the same things at the same time. Kind of the flip side of the alienation of okay, it takes 6 weeks for the news to get there, but on the other hand, the thing that some folks have been emphasizing, that look how much longer it takes to get those same things that everybody's reading. It takes 6 weeks longer. Helena building on and correcting, and others correcting the emphasis that some of us put earlier on it, which was like, look, they're all reading the same thing, but they might be interpreting it differently. So, and also more recently, the rise of another interpretation which emphasizes the racial aspect or the whiteness of the American nationalism that seems to burst out during the war in Robert Parkinson's work, for example, where it's quite striking that the nation is being constructed against these others, indigenous people, African Americans, who the British are recruiting in their war effort. Evan criticizes the emphasis on blacks and natives as the enemy, as neglecting what the more specific identity of an anti-popish Protestantism, rather than natives on the frontier and rebellious slaves in the plantation colonies. I find this very curious because I think it's quite clear from the recent literature that you don't have to be on the frontier or in a plantation colony to be be quite aware that what's most distinctive about North America is the presence of indigenous people and Africans, and that that's as true in Philadelphia perhaps as it is on the banks of the Ohio or in South Carolina. So, so just to conclude, I think that it's only really by isolating and abstracting the colonial dimensions of the process that anti-popery can seem to be of primary importance, and that the nationality so obviously declared in July 1776 can possibly remain British. I think Murren and others were right that it's impossible to imagine American nationalism without coming out of British nationalism. I'm not disputing that they're not inventing something from whole cloth, but it comes out of a specific colonial experience that I think Helena's paper makes very clear, is real. There are new elements, there are new experiences, there are new kinds of alienation and a new awareness of differences that come out of the process, and that I'm really not sure that even the common Protestantism or anti-popery can explain, even if it is being interpreted differently. I'm not sure that it really adds up to an ideological structure of independence. But we have time to discuss and debate this process, and I just want to praise all three papers for taking risks and being broad and reminding us that these are difficult interpretive questions that require us to be both very specific about what we're talking about and also keep the big picture of historical development and developments outside of Philadelphia or Boston in mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
To the response?
Yeah.
Is this on?
It should be on.
Is this on? Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, David. I was very happy to see that David was the chair of this panel because, sometimes you write something or you're working on something and you want to bounce ideas off of somebody, and David was certainly the first person I had in mind when thinking about this, so I appreciate your comments and the pushback on all of this, and I understand where you're coming from and what you're saying, and I think I do have more work to do to make this case more convincing. I'll just say that the difference with the sort of Parkinson thesis about the racial dynamics of the revolution is what I'm interested. I see that as this sort of external enemy, but for me this is about the internal enemy, and it's an internal enemy shared across the British world, and that's I think this anti-popish way of thinking, mentality. I'm not the first person to call it an ideology. I'm picking up on other people, but I do need to think through that more. That, I think, is really crucial for this. And I just say that, we talk a lot about political ideology and the republicanism and so forth, but what's really crazy is about, the republicanism uses the same terminology, virtue, corruption, tyranny, and so forth, that anti-Catholicism uses, which anti-popery uses, and there is a tendency in the sort of intellectual history or political thought to sort of isolate ways of thinking, and I guess my reaction or my tendency, or what works better for me, is to kind of blur these lines, because all of these things are in the same mind. So when James Madison says tyranny or virtue, is he saying that in a Republican way or in an anti-popish way or whatever? Sometimes it's kind of obvious, but then also in the same text he might say it in different sorts of ways. So it's all together part of the same worldview that all of these guys have to some degree or another.
So I got a question for Helena. So I really enjoyed your paper, and I think that you really identified well what made, or one element of what made Paine's common sense so appealing. At the same time, I guess while you gave your paper, I think I probably received about 6 texts and 4 emails. And I think that there's a tendency, right, on the part of anybody living in the modern world to kind of, maybe share that rage at the slowness of things, right? But at the end of the day, right, which I guess is another, time consciousness expression, at the end of the day, they were living in the same world, right? And everything was still just as slow until the telegraph, right, as it had been, right? And so I'm wondering if you pick up on sort of do the anti-federalists make this case when we're talking about creating a republic that goes from, Georgia to Maine? So yes, I'm just wondering about sort of the half-life of that argument.
Okay, is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much for that question. And I think I'm going to answer it in 2 ways. One, I think there is a very specific mid-18th century moment in which colonists are promised the possibilities of imperial and maybe even national integration
through the establishment of monthly mail packet ships that happened during the Austrian Succession War and then into the 7 Years' War, and then continues, interestingly, not militarily, but under civilian command after 1763. So there's this sort of wild burst of enthusiasm for the possibilities of integration. And so I think of the revolution as a revolution of rising expectations. It's not because communications is worse in 1770 than it has been at any other point across the Atlantic. It's actually, in fact, because it is better, and also because there's been this explosion of print, and of serial print in particular. And unlike David, I do draw more on Benedict Anderson and that sort of open rhythm. And my work really asks, one of the foundational sort of assumptions of Benedict Anderson's work is on nationalism is the sort of contained geographic scope of nations. And I say, well, what happens when you stretch these questions about nation across 3,000 miles of ocean, and those steady beating moments of newspaper rituals and monthly magazines and all these things actually go through sort of the herky-jerky rhythms of Atlantic communications? What does it look like then? Going to the second end of your question about what does this mean for the future, to sketch this out, I think there's something fundamental that changes from this experience, and that has to do with the postal system, actually. There's a reason that the American postal system does not charge by the mile. And this is something that I've been thinking through recently, that they do take this immediate consideration of like, oh, we're too far from the metropole, and the new metropole might be the eastern seaboard rather than London now, but in the early republic, that's going to be a real question. And I think it has to do with the way postage worked in the British system initially, which is by mileage, and then how the American system is not based on mileage. And I think there's something there. And I'm not answering it with a concrete answer, but I am thinking.
Thank you. Okay, my question's mainly for Evan, but I don't know, the others could answer it too, I think. And that is, I mean, you key into this important historiography of conspiracy theory. Why did people believe this crazy idea that the British were trying to oppress them? And is it possible that they believed that because the British were trying to oppress them? That they believed that there was a threat to their property rights because the British were trying to tax them and take their property away from them, and that they believed there was a threat to their legislative freedom because the Parliament was trying to usurp the legislative freedoms of... in other words, can we give no credibility at all to what they actually said the revolution was about and for? The conspiracy wasn't a conspiracy theory, it was a real thing. I beg your pardon, sorry.
Yes, yeah, and I've heard like Roman Catholic scholars, talking about anti-popery and the Pope is behind all this stuff, and certainly through the 17th century, he kind of is. He's sending Jesuits out, and he's trying to. So these are things that are going on, and I guess there are things that are happening, and I think the thing is what I mentioned about Murren that's interesting to me is like, why do you? Not everybody makes that connection. Not everybody sees that, the loyalists obviously. And so, what is it about people that pushes them to one side or the other? And I think maybe, I'm saying ideology because people get in that words, but to me, this is more about an attitude or a mentality or something that's going to make you see things more one way than another. And so that's because you could, people did see things both ways at the time. So just because it's a conspiracy theory doesn't mean it's not true. I get your, yeah, but why would you? Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're not really out to get it. Yes, exactly. But what's interesting to me is who thinks that and who doesn't think that, and that was a factor at the time.
On the anti-popery thing, I'm thinking about the local situation here in Philadelphia. So you have the principles of the revolution here active here, the signers and so on. You also have the old St. Joseph's Catholic Church, old St. Mary's Catholic Church, with later on Michael Bouvier, Jackie Kennedy's ancestor, buried his grave in the graveyard there at St. Mary's, St. Augustine's Church. Is there any evidence of infighting and actual attacks or, you know, against the priests, the worshippers in these Catholic churches that are so present in the immediate area? Thanks.
So one of the reasons why I think anti-popery in this period, in the revolutionary period, takes on this quality where it's the British Empire and it's these Protestant institutions and individuals that are the bigger threat than the actual Pope or the Jesuits even and Roman Catholics, is that this, another important piece of background is that this is an incredible period of weakness for the papacy. It's under assault, not just by Protestants, but all the Roman Catholic kingdoms and empires in Europe are cutting back on papal influence. They're shutting down the Jesuit order. And so actual Roman Catholics are not that threatening. Like, it is an issue, and the French Revolution, the French alliance, Brendan has written about this, is really fascinating because that's the arch enemy. And then as soon as things go wrong with King George, that's the first person you turn to for friendship, and that says something about the perception of this threat. And there's weird stuff that happens in New England when the French troops land there, and there's a lot of tension, and so there is, you know, there is the alliance, but not everybody's happy with it, so it just forces people into all these fascinatingly awkward confrontations. One of the things that the British Americans really loved about the 7 Years' War is that it's the first time that you finally had a war that was pitting all Protestant powers against all Catholic powers. Whereas, you know, the earlier wars, there was always, you know, Austria, the British always had a Roman Catholic ally, but now they're against the French and they're against the Spanish and they're with the Prussians, and that felt good. And then the American Revolution comes and things start getting all mixed up again. So it's a weird, interesting moment, and the ironic effect on both sides of the Atlantic of all this crisis caused in part by anti-popery is actual greater religious freedom for Roman Catholics in both America and Britain, because people agree that there's worse things out there than actual Roman Catholic religion, and that's popery.
Okay, thank you. I had a question, I'm sorry, again for Evan. I wondered if you could build out a couple thoughts. One was, I liked your description of the explanatory power, or the predictive power of anti-popish thought. So is that used to explain the failed American invasion of Quebec? That the Quebecois just, you know, surrendered to the British because they're weak, slavish, papish people. Is that an excuse that especially maybe New Englanders are using? I've never heard of that, but that would be interesting. And the other thing I was wondering about is, you seem to be getting towards saying that because there are these two different kinds of anti-popery going on. There's the one that the Whigs are using in North America, and then there's the normal one that's used in England to justify the monarchy. And if you're a normal English person by 1775, and you have like a normal level of British bigotry toward Catholics, then the Americans sound completely crazy because they're just completely, they seem to get everything wrong, right? So are you suggesting that it's this conflict between these two different ways of being anti-Catholic that make the North Americans unreadable to Britain at some point?
Yeah, the first part of your question, I don't actually know. Brendan, you have a student that wrote on this, and right? She did at least an article or something on the invasion of Quebec. I don't see it, and what is amazing is that, you know, is to see these people who have been fiercely anti-Catholic their whole lives suddenly try and appeal to the people of Quebec and like, look, I know we said these things before, but we can work it out. Look at Switzerland, you know, they have Protestant, we could have something like that. And so they don't, as far as I know, blame the, and actually there's a whole regiment that serves in the American Army that's recruited from Quebecers, Protestant and Catholic, and there is a strong affinity through the 19th century between French Catholic Quebec and Quebecers and Americans, and it's the French Catholic elite, though, the church and the nobles who choose the empire. And then the second one, yeah, that's exactly a big part of what's happening, that you can see the sort of intense anti-Catholicism, anti-popery of 17th century England, which was never everybody, you know, there's always this other more conservative version out there. But it's very strong and dominant, you know, through the Whigs and so forth into the early 17th century. And that does start to fade within the core of Britain. The Gordon riots are an example of how you know, which is stronger in England, is an example of how that it still exists over there. It's not like everybody has gone that way. But one of the interesting ways I think that you see this change happening is the way people talk and think about Ireland and Irish Catholics. And in England and Britain, they're no longer such a big threat, but in America, they still have that 17th century attitude towards Irish Catholics.
So very interesting talks. So my interpretation, and I guess might be off here, when it comes to religion and the founding of our nation, what was that there was a forthright effort to separate that out. You know, I mean, taking the philosophies, I guess, of John Locke, you know, life, liberty, and property or happiness was the American interpretation of it. And then, you know, my interpretation of our history was that you had all these Christian sects, and, you know, Quakers wouldn't take up arms, you know, and of course they weren't very useful in the revolution if you're not willing to fight. So American nationalism basically took on Rousseau's idea of a civil religion. That's not American nationalism, as at least per my reading of it. Of what it was initially. It was American nationalism was a civil religion. It had all of, you know, the Constitution and all these things. The only difference was it was a document not given to us by God, but given to us by invention, human creation. I mean, could you comment on that? I'm a little confused of your general thesis here, that religion was playing such a significant role. I thought that was the American experiment, where we separated that out and created a civil religion, in a sense, with American nationalism.
That is how we like to think about it. But basically what happens, and yes, legally in a variety of ways it doesn't happen all at once. It happens in different ways and from state by state. But what is it? It's a sort of a generic set of Protestant values. And basically all this, so what I'm not doing the thing that like evangelical scholars will do, that's like religion is this, because it's this blend that I'm insisting on, that there's a kind of Protestant politics, which is political as well as religious, but it can pit Protestants against each other. But always there's this counterexample of the ultimate enemy, which is this thing called popery. And so basically, even George Washington gets accused of being popish. In Andy's favorite paper, the Aurora, the Philadelphia Aurora, it's in the 1790s while he's president, and he's proclaiming fast days, religious fast days. The Aurora says, who does this guy think he is, the Pope, that he can proclaim fast days? And so what, for me, popery is the way, as people are trying to figure out what it means to be American, and there are the things that they have in common, and the qualities that they have, like this sort of civil, but it's always and this is the continuity with the colonial British past, is there's always the counterexample of popery. Like before there was being un-American, the thing that was outre, that was over the line, was being popish. And if even George Washington can be accused of popery, I think that shows the power of this model, this counterexample, in how people defined what their sense of nationality or what acceptable ways of being American were. But other people who've looked at this, say it is a kind of a Protestant or broad-based Protestant sensibility. People don't say that explicitly, but when people talk about America being founded as a Christian nation, if you look at what the way people are talking at the time, it's mostly this Protestant anti-popish set of values that they're talking about. They did say that, yes. But and they in certain technical ways they did, but also in their minds, they didn't entirely do that.
I am afraid that we are up on time. It's a shame because I disagree with both Evan and David, and I could disagree with them both in the same temporal space, which would make me happy. But at this juncture, we are up on time. Please join me in thanking them for this fabulous panel. All four of our panelists really were fantastic.
Sorry you didn't get any. Did you see my paper? Because one of the things I wanted to say is King George also talks about happiness in that speech that I cite, which I had never imagined.
We good? Thank you for sending this to us.
Not yet, Peter, not yet. Wait, let me finish my thing here. There'll soon be reason to, Peter. There'll soon be reason to. Thank you once again for joining us for this evening's keynote panel discussion. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Brendan McConville. I'm the head of the David Center for the American Revolution here at the APS. And in that capacity, it is my pleasure to introduce our opening keynote, July 4th, 1776. Before I do so, I do want to again thank the APS leadership, all the different people who are supporting and working on the conference. I also want to thank the APS staff members who worked tirelessly to make the conference happen. The financial support of the NEH has also, of course, as I said, played a very central role, as was said before. But that all said, we are joined this evening, I think, by 4 distinguished panelists who will talk with us about what independence meant in 1776 and what it means for us now, 250 years later. I think, you know, people always use the phrase, they don't need an introduction. They don't, but I'm going to give them one anyway. Our conversation this evening will be moderated by Patrick Sparrow, CEO of the American Philosophical Society. Patrick is an award-winning historian who has published widely on the era of the American Revolution. His books include Frontier Country, The Politics of War in Early Pennsylvania, Frontier Rebels, The Fight for Independence in the American West, 1765 to 1776, and The Scientist Turned Spy, Andre Massot, Thomas Jefferson, and the Kentucky Conspiracy of 1793. In recognition of his scholarly and administrative accomplishments, he has been elected as a member of the Royal Historical Society in London, the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Lyon, France, the American Antiquarian Society, and the American Philosophical Society. He will be joined this evening by Steve Sarson, who is a professor of American civilization at Jean Moulin University in Lyon, France. He has published widely, including books on, and I quote, British America, Creating Colonies, Imagining an Empire, the Tobacco Plantation South, and the Early American Atlantic World, and Barack Obama, American Historian. His latest book, The Course of Human Events, The Declaration of Independence and the Historical Origins of the United States, was published by the University of Virginia Press in November of 2025, and it won the Walker Cowan Memorial Prize in 18th Century Studies. He argues in it that the original Declaration of Independence was defined by a course of human events dating back to the creation and analyzed according to, and I quote, the laws of nature and of nature's God of the document's first sentence rather than the self-evident truths of its second sentence. That understanding puts the Declaration's grievances in a new light and contextualizes the apparent contradictions of the document's statements on equality and natural rights. He is joined, also joining the panel is Annette Gordon-Reed. She is the Carl M. Loeb University Professor at Harvard University, where she teaches both law and history. Annette Gordon-Reed has won 16 book prizes, including the Pulitzer Prize and the National Book Award for The Hemingses of Monticello, An American Family. Of course, it's one of the most highly regarded books in the field of early American history written in this century. She's the author of 6 books and the editor of 2. Gordon-Reed served as the 2018-2019 president of the Society for the Historians of the Early American Republic and just completed her term as president of the Organization of American Historians. Her honors include fellowships from the Guggenheim and MacArthur Foundations and the National Humanities Medal. She is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the American Philosophical Society, and the British Academy. Her most recent book, Jefferson on Race, A Reader, was published in March of this year by Princeton University Press. In it, she offers a groundbreaking collection of Jefferson's public and private writings, letters, and plantation records, as well as accounts by contemporaries, including his son, Madison Hemings, and 3 other people formerly enslaved at Monticello. The book is essential reading, I think, for anyone seeking to understand Jefferson's conflicted attitudes and the impact of race and slavery on American history. Bertrand van Rumbeck is professor of American civilization at the University of Paris 8. He currently leads the collaborative study program America 2026, which gathers French, European, and American scholars and institutions union in a sense in preparation for the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States. He is, of course, the partner institution of the David Center in Europe and has been an extraordinary partner. He is a member of the American Philosophical Society, a senior honorary member of the Institut Université of France, and the Knight of the Order of the Palms, which I didn't know and probably would have teased him about had I known. Among other honors, he has published widely, very widely, in English and in French, including histories of the United States, the American Avant-Garde États Unis, and a long list of edited volumes on the 18th century Atlantic world. Most recently, this spring, he has published 1776, and this is an incredibly impressive volume on the Revolution and the coming of independence. This work explores the decisive early period of the American Revolution from the Boston Tea Party to the end of 1776, offering a perspective on it from the European vantage point. With all that introduction and with all such a distinguished panel, I think we can look forward to a fabulous conversation. Please join me in welcoming this distinguished panel.
Great. Well, Brendan, thank you for that very generous introduction for all four of us. And I really appreciate everybody taking some time out of their evening to join us in this conversation. And this really is meant to be a conversation. I have some questions for each of the panelists and for them as a group. But really, this is supposed to be a conversation among all of us, and I'm sure many of you have lots of questions you'd like to ask as well. So I'll maybe get us started with some talking points and then open it up to everybody. And I also want to point out that these three books, all of which were published in this year, are here available on display and also available for purchase on Amazon.com, including, I think, Bertrand's, which is in French, but is going to be coming out in English through the APS Press, which we're really excited to be able to allow everybody to have access to his scholarship as well. So, Annette, I thought I might get things started with you. And, Annette, this is at least the third time you've been in Philadelphia. You spoke...
the past 4 days.
And I've also followed you online on the social media platforms that we all are a part of, and I've seen you traveling around the country talking about Jefferson, talking about your own scholarship, and talking about this book. And I just want to know, are you tired?
Exhausted. I'm not tired of talking about it. It's interesting because the people who show up to these kinds of things tend to be very excited. There's a mix of excitement and worry because they're not really sure where we are and how to think about the revolution in relationship to our particular moment. So it's been interesting to see that. It is, I'm physically tired running around various places, but it's been interesting to see the response of people who really want to know, is this going to go on? And in what form will it go on?
And what do you tell them?
I don't know. I tell them I genuinely don't know. I mean, I try to be hopeful about it, but it's not clear. I mean, I could say I think it's eventually going to get on track or back on track, but that could be 50 years, a generation, whatever. I'm not as sure as I would have, 4 years ago. I would have a very different answer.
Bertrand, in France, Annette just shared with us some of the concerns that Americans have that she's been hearing on her tours throughout the country. In France, how are they thinking about the American Revolution right now, and how are they thinking about America?
He lives in France. I would say that there is much more scholarship, at least much more scholarship on the American Revolution than ever. Because if you think in 1976, there were only 2 books published in French on the American Revolution. Now, I counted last night in preparation for today, at least 10. So it shows that there is interest, at least in the academic community. But for the general public, it's a very awkward situation at the moment because France is very proud of having helped the United States or the colonies to become the United States. But at the same time, we feel rejected at the moment. And so it's very awkward, but I think the pride, even if the French people don't know much about, it's mostly Lafayette and Franklin, still, it's something, and our politicians always say we are the first friends of the United States, because when you see the American Revolution or US history from abroad, you have to keep in mind that the US is a superpower and has a lot of cultural influence, especially in Europe. So we can't escape, the United States, and we owe the American way of life a lot. So we tend to want to be friends of the United States. So that the situation is a bit awkward at the moment.
Thanks. So now, Steve, you were born in Great Britain, received your PhD in the United States, and now teach in France, and you've just published a book on the Declaration of Independence. So I'd love to hear you talk about, from your perspective, what 1776 means or should mean in 2026.
Okay, that's a difficult one. For me, I think it always comes back to the rule of law. The Declaration, I think, was all about the rule of law, and the founders were all about the rule of law. The laws of nature and nature's God. And Brendan pointed out that that's fundamentally what the book is about. And we may not like all of the founders' particular ideas about the laws of nature and nature's God. In particular, the first law of nature's God, which is self-preservation, and Jefferson used that as a way of rationalizing, if not necessarily justifying, slavery, at least until you can expatriate people. But the principle of the rule of law is really, really important. I mean, John Adams thought that a republic was first and foremost not about monarchy, not about representation, but about the rule of law, that no one is above the law. And this is a principle that goes back to Cicero. He said, the rule of law obliges everyone, even God, the author of this law. Locke said similar thing, and the founders believed that. And I think that right now, the law of nature is supposed to underlie, I think, according to these principles, is supposed to underlie all kinds of civil law as well. Constitutional law, legislative law, common law, it's all supposed to go back to the laws of nature and God. And no one is above that, not even God, right? So the most important thing, I think, now that the Declaration might mean to us at this very particular moment is that no one is above the law.
Thanks, Steve. I don't know if Annette Bertrand, you want to respond to any of that? Annette, I was going to ask you, and follow up to Steve's comment. What came to mind is Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, who lived for 50 years to the day after writing that document. And the Declaration to him, over time, probably meant different things at different moments in his life. So I don't know if you could reflect on what you think the Declaration meant to Jefferson on July 4th, 1776, which is the title of this keynote, but also over the course of his life, how his thinking about the Declaration changed.
Well, I mean, certainly at the beginning, this was part of the mission to explain what they were doing, leaving the British Empire. And so it was a diplomatic document. It was a document meant to state the claims of the American colonists about their right to go it alone. Over the course of his life, I think he got so many letters from so many different types of people explaining what the Declaration meant to him. He understood that it was not just what it was in 1776, that other people had taken it a different way. And, I think, as Steve was saying, that he saw this, continued to see it as being about the rule of law, and particularly the idea of individual rights. And he saw that people believe that, different types of people he probably was not even thinking about when he drafted it. And so I think it's a way of fitting into the idea of for him, American exceptionalism, that the American experiment was something that was special. And the Declaration was a part of it. It started it off. So, you know, I think that's why he wanted it to be on his gravestone, along with the University of Virginia and the Statute for Religious Freedoms, that he thought that these were kinds of things that were part of the Enlightenment, his Enlightenment values. And he wanted to make sure that people saw him that way, even though right now we don't, we don't see him that way, but that was the legacy that he wanted to put forth.
Now, how, if I could follow up, how does Annette Gordon Reed, who has studied Jefferson for decades, who has been talking this year, but for a long time about Jefferson and the Declaration, what does the Declaration of Independence mean to you personally?
Well, I think more about the grievances now than over the course of my life. I've thought more about the preamble, the beginning, the words that everybody fixates on, because that was something that had particular meaning to a person to an African-American person growing up in Texas, growing up during that particular moment in American history when people were using those words to justify, to explain why, explain, however you want to characterize it, a movement in people's understandings about white supremacy. Basically a tool to try to dismantle that and to argue for the equal rights of African American people. Now, because we are concerned about the rule of law, natural law and civil law, because we seem to be kind of outlaw at this point, out of law, it's the opposite. You know, I think about the grievances and the notion that you have a person or people who seem to be running roughshod over all of those things, all of the things that we valued. Don't seem to be, in my estimation, they are. So the Declaration is, to me, sort of a call for Americans, ordinary American citizens, to think about our responsibilities in a moment like this. What are they when we feel that rights are being destroyed? And so I'm not saying I don't think about the first part of it anymore, but I never paid that much. I mean, you know, I know what they were, and I saw it again just from the standpoint of what was going on during the imperial crisis. But now I understand that those are universal concerns about how people are treated and the connection between citizens and government. And so I think more about the grievances now.
Bertrand, the Declaration in France, how was it received in its own time? And today, when people in France look back on their own history and their own revolution, is there any awareness of connections, intellectual, ideological, to the American Revolution, or is that something that is not recognized?
So at the time, so we're a part of the candid world. At the time, it's very interesting because it was translated right away in August. It was published in a periodical called The Affairs of England and America, Les Affaires de l'Angleterre et de l'Amérique, which was a periodical that was a piece of propaganda because it was falsely published in Antwerp, actually in Paris, and it was financed by Versailles. And that was to get the public opinion on the side of the Americans. And that was published from May 76 to 79, 79. And so the declaration was published, and remember in France, that was a country of censorship. In fact, there was an office called La Librairie, and this office checks everything that was being published. And Vergennes, who is the architect of the Franco-American Alliance, who was the chief diplomat at Versailles at the time, checked himself and his agents, what was published. In fact, and this is related to your question, if you look at the list of forbidden books, there is one that said, the American Revolution and how it could transfer to Europe. And this was banned. So we can't read it. We just have the title. It was never published. So that was very awkward, again. This is the word for the French monarchy, because when they were enthused with the Declaration of Independence, because that's what they were waiting for, because then they could openly support the Americans. But at the same time, and Vergennes was aware of it, there might have consequences. people will read it. And in fact, Diderot, the philosopher Diderot, wrote something very, very ironic. He said, how can they let us read such things and wonder why we become different men 10 years later? And so he knew, but Vergennes and Versailles was aware of it. But they were to them, there was a window of opportunity to get their revenge. Of course, this is well known, but this is very true, to get their revenge on Great Britain, but not to humiliate Great Britain. Because Vergennes believed in what he called the balance of forces in Europe. And we needed England, but a weakened England, because it had grown too strong. So when it was published, the first version, there was no editing, was published as such, translated into French. And it was perceived as a declaration of war. That's how it was read in Versailles, a declaration of war against Great Britain. They didn't care about the grievances. To them, and Vergennes stressed the courage of the Americans, because they knew that the British fleet was in New York and massive forces, and Vergennes says it's incredible that they declared war on Great Britain just when Great Britain arrived, with massive forces. But when it was published in September, then there was an editorial that said that, okay, this declaration is not universal. This is specific to the English. And the introduction said, it's just like characters. The English are this and the English are that. Well, that's what they do. Because what's very funny is that Vergennes writes, the English are known for their revolutions. Now, it's funny to read this, but for French people in the 1780s, they were thinking of 1640, 1688, and now another English revolution. Today, it's read as just a beautiful document. And so it's just like in America. Now we read the first paragraphs, and nobody, of course, pays attention to the grievances.
Well, that might be a good segue to Steve. And I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about your book and its approach to the grievances and the relationship to the document as a whole. And I didn't know if you could also talk a little bit about, if I understand, I was able to gut your book, as we said in graduate school, that the United States was founded as a natural law republic, and it evolved into a natural rights republic. And I don't know if you could talk a little bit more about what that means and how it happened.
Okay, sure. First of all, the thing about the grievances and the rest of the document, you put your finger on it there. They are related to each other. And one of the things I tried to do in the book is talk about how we tend to separate them. We tend to think, there are these wonderful principles, and then there are just this kind of moaning about what George III had done, which had more or less validity in the real world. But in fact, what I tended to find was that the grievances, well, the preamble maps onto the grievances. And so the first 13 grievances plus the 9 under the 13th of the King's collaborations with Parliament, the unnamed Parliament, the unspeakable institution, are really about assaults on liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Only indirect assaults on life, and the final 5 are on life. So that's the first bit of mapping. And then, life being the first and most fundamental of the laws, the preservation of life being the first and most fundamental laws of nature and God. And so they do very much map on. And also, it's at that point that you can start to move towards armed resistance when you are being attacked because of the principle of self-defense. And so, all of that is in the grievances and also the point where it says prudence will dictate that you don't have a revolution for light and transient causes. Well, obviously being killed, in the field of battle is not a light and transient cause, but you still can't quite have a revolution because, and then we get to the beginnings of the conclusions where you have the king ignoring the petitions and answering them only with repeated injury. And what that does, and this again is in the preamble talks about an intention, a design or a direct object to impose absolute tyranny. And if the king has now been told in petitions what he's done wrong and then continues doing them, he's doing them with knowledge and therefore intent. And so we shouldn't separate the two. They very much relate to each other. And I think that, again, is an important point about today. It's not just the principles of the Declaration, but how those principles get broken, how the laws of nature's God are broken. So that's the first point. And as for the transition, I mean, I just have a postscript on that. I think it was really important to include this postscript because I have been, but I didn't want to be mistaken for thinking that the original declaration, as I call it, is the final declaration. It has changed in meanings in the way Annette was describing so eloquently and in such meaningful ways. And it begins, and I borrowed a lot from Hannah Spann in this, begins with Lemuel Haynes, who almost immediately took that second sentence and said, this is what the Declaration is about. And of course, that is what it has become about. I mean, my book is about an original declaration. But that doesn't deny, and I quite explicitly say I celebrate the reinterpretation of the Declaration that happened principally through abolitionists. But of course, others would join. The women of Seneca Falls, who someone mentioned earlier, Lemuel Haynes, and then Hannah talked, and I basically borrowed this from Hannah, talks about Lemuel Haynes and then David Walker, William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, etc. So it got transformed basically by abolitionists, and for good reasons, and for obviously the most excellent cause you could have in the 18th, 19th centuries. So, yeah.
Great, thanks. Bertrand, your book, do you want to share with us your approach to 1776? Because I think you had a unique approach to the research and argumentation.
Well, thank you. Yes, it's a month-by-month approach to 1775 or treatment of 1775 and mostly 1776, but with three scenes, Philadelphia, London, and Versailles. And I move simultaneously. And of course, like Helena said this morning, this afternoon, there's a difference. Of course, there is a 6-week difference. But I see what I was interested in. Well, first of all, you have to mean that originally it's for a French audience. So I had to explain what the Continental Congress, how it worked, day by day. Because I wanted to really have this approach month by month and at times day by day of the functioning of the Continental Congress. But also, else in Europe, how were we informed of what the Americans decided, especially in France, because there were two levels. That I'll give you a scoop. There were two levels. There was the level of what I call the lobbyists. That is, there were people who were enthused with the American cause. Beaumarchais is the most famous. And that was before Lafayette. That was before Lafayette and Franklin. And others, there was a Jacques Barbe-Dubourg, who was a botanist and a friend of Franklin's, who was also enthused. He called himself the Don Quixote of America. And he claimed that he went 10 times to Versailles to sponsor the American cause. And there were others, also others based in London. So I looked at their reports and their letters, what information they gave Vergennes. And then the second level is those who made the decision, the Royal Council. Based on reports, Vergennes, he wrote 3 reports on the American crisis. In December 75, in March 76, and in August 76. And we see the evolution of his thinking of the crisis. At first, he said, let's let the English people kill one another. Because because in France and America, they were English, they were the English in America and the English in Great Britain. And so let's just wait. But then his second report says, no, we have a window of opportunity to weaken England, and this is the time. And this is my scoop. 250 years later. In my book, I think I show that by May, June 1776, war has been decided. It will be war. 6 months before Franklin arrives. Because you see, the Franco-American alliance is always seen based from the arrival of Franklin in Paris in December 1776. But to me, the decision was made before by the Royal Council. Of course, it's Louis XVI who would make the eventually make the decision. But I showed that, before the summer, they were ready for, they knew that war was inevitable. But France was not ready yet, militarily speaking.
And Annette, your book, it's a reader, Jefferson on Race, coming out in 2026. I was wondering if you could share with us how you, as a historian, made your choices over what to include, what not to include, because of course you couldn't include everything. And if people had time to only read one document to understand Jefferson on Race, could you? I know.
Wow. Well, how I signed this book up many years ago. It's an embarrassingly long amount of time that this is overdue, but it makes sense for it to come out now as opposed to when I originally said I was going to do it. So the methodology really involved picking up documents and things that I had read over the years, striking me, and things that struck me as instructive, and thinking about his attitude about race. And I thought for me, the project really, I hope, gives people a chance to see how this individual who was grappling with this question of race, how do you do it? How do you say what you say in the notes in the state of Virginia, and at the same time live with African American people and rely on them doing things that you said they couldn't do in the notes. And it struck me, and still strikes me, as a way of figuring out or thinking about race and racism, how people on a day-to-day basis, I mean, they have a catechism of things that they believe or they say they believe, and then when they need something else, they need something from black people or whatever, they take it and they rely on them. And you can see that all throughout, I think, his life, from the time he's young till the time he's older. The thing to read, of course, is the notes on the state of Virginia. I mean, he's talking about African Americans there in a way that it is pretty candid, is open, and he probably thinks that he's being scientific. He's being Mr. Wizard. He's implying all the things that he's read in other books, because these are not things that he doesn't know anything about orangutans, right? And they're not in Africa anyway. He doesn't know anything about that. He's getting this from places, and this is all my book learning. And now I'm going to apply the prejudices that I have as an individual and look to the science to support those prejudices. So you would have to read that, I think, to understand, well, I mean, to get a sense of the depth, so you want to call it, the nadir of his beliefs. You think of where he's the worst at this, and on this subject, and I think he would be absolutely stunned if he were to appear and realize that it's that this is the thing that knocks him down. If he hadn't written that, we'd have a completely different understanding about him, and it would be, and so I think that that's what's critical, because that is he sort of made his legacy with that, with those, because people don't have time to go through and read all the letters where he's, when he says, I never saw a black person utter anything above plain narration. In other words, telling a story, and yet he has people doing things that requires definitely more than telling a story, that require reason. And he refers to individual people as intelligent, and he knows that they're not all the same, yet he has to say that they're all the same. And I think that's the way racism works in the United States in a large measure. People having sort of agreed upon fictions that help them continue believing these things, even though they're doing something different. So I would say read the notes on the state of Virginia, his attitudes about race.
And I should note that that was written, I believe, in response to a French scientist
Oh,
who
yes.
wanted to learn, and it was first published in France. And
Yeah.
in fact, it was unclear if he expected it to be published.
No, I mean, he said he didn't expect it to be published. He was concerned about the passages that had to do with slavery, that the criticism of slavery, that would get him into trouble. But that's a sort of misjudging what legacy is supposed to be about, how legacy works. No, it's the race stuff. It's not the slavery stuff that people pay attention to.
So Bertrand, you've spearheaded America 2026 in the EU. I don't know if you want to share with us this remarkable program that you started probably 5 years ago that has grown over time, some of the work that this organization has done for 2026, but more importantly, after this year ends, what might continue?
I'll start with an anecdote involving Brendan and Patrick. We started in fall 2021, and Patrick was already enthusiastic about it, and he came to Aix-en-Provence, where we had our first meeting. And as I said, so I wrote to Brendan and said, "Oh, Patrick is coming. Wow, that's great. They all stay. He's coming all the way to stay just 3 days in southern France." And he said, "Do you want me to complain, to blame, to feel sorry for him for coming to south of France for 3 days?"
I took 2 extra days in Nice too, by the way.
But I have to say, it did rain that weekend. But anyway. Anyway, so we started in 2021, and we had several objectives. One was to join forces, because there are 2 problems in Europe that are not linguistic. One is we don't know what the Germans or the Italians or the Dutch are writing on the United States, because we look at the United States and we based our collaboration, academic collaboration, usually on personal connections. So we look to the United States because we're Americanist. By the way, the funny thing is that in 1780s, you had people who returned from having fought the war in America, and they claimed to be Americanist. That was their title, because they had seen America and they returned from there. Anyway, so that was one thing, to join forces. So there are 5 EU countries, and we get together and we want to produce our scholarship, to publish our scholarship together, so to be better known in the United States. Conversely, we want to, explain the developments, historiographical developments in the United States at the moment, and spread them in Europe. So have a conversation. So to do that, we have conferences every 2 or 3 every year. We've been all over Western Europe so far. And we'll have an exhibit in La Rochelle, and the Musée du Nouveau Monde, the Museum of the New World, that will open on June 19 for 6 months with a catalog. And we'll have also a database, because we're interested, with the University of Chicago, we're interested in collecting titles published on the American Revolution at the time in Europe. So from 1763 to 1800, this has never been done as a database. And so you're asking, so we'll have this big conference in Paris in October 2026. And I want to say we received a large French grant in 2024, but before that, our only financial help was from the APS. So thank you so much to Brendan and Patrick for that. And so the future, we want to go beyond 2026. So we're already thinking of 2028 to commemorate the Franco-American alliance, but also with Spain, because there is also a program called Spain 250, or America. Well, and so we want to go beyond and keep working with the APS and sort of go beyond the anniversary, and that there is more than just the celebration of or the commemoration of the birth of the United States, but also the French alliance, but also we don't think about it very often, but the state constitutions in the 1780s were all translated into French and commented on. more than the 1787 Constitution, by the way. And you were talking about influence. I forgot to answer that question. About influence. It's a very delicate question to French historians, not me because I'm an Americanist, but French historians who work on the French Revolution. They will minimize, the influence of the American Revolution. Although, listen to this, in 1976, the 2 French books that were published on the American Revolution were called Guerre d'Indépendance, War of Independence. One of them was republished in 2013. La Révolution américaine, the American Revolution. So it took 50 years for French historians working in French history to admit that you had also a revolution.
That's great. Steve, maybe the last question before we open it up to the audience, but wanted to ask again on your perspective on the development of the historiography. You've been in Great Britain, in the academy there, here in the United States, and also in France. So you've been enmeshed in 3 different historiographies, 3 different communities of scholars who've worked on the American Revolution. And I don't know if you could reflect on the differences that you've observed and maybe what that tells us, if anything.
It's difficult to answer that question because, of course, there are very many different perspectives on 1776, the whole American Revolution, the Declaration of Independence, in each and every country. And so within my little class that I do, I do a master's course on the Declaration of Independence, which is how the book evolved. And in that, you get just a huge variety of perspectives on it. And in France, there is, as well as Bertrand has explained. And of course, I think probably for me, the most striking thing is that, I hope I don't say something wrong here, so I'm generalizing, right? But, because we have quite a few Americans in the room, but I'll say this. That in the United States, and I totally understand this, it's your founding document, right? And so it's all wrapped up in your identity, and you grow up on it. It's the thing you learn about in school, and you learn to venerate the Declaration of Independence. And that can go in a number of different ways. Powerful feelings that the founders were geniuses and visionaries for the future, even if they didn't kind of practice what they preached, or else that they are villains and hypocrites. I think when I started out teaching this course, I kind of had the same view, or took that historiography as given, and that, are they hypocrites? And that's the kind of question I would answer, are they hypocrites, are they visionaries, and this kind of thing. But the more I became involved with the Declaration, teaching a master's course over the course of 10 or so years, the more I was able, I think, because I'm not American, to stand back from it and get away from this, either what David Waldstreicher, I think, called founders chic or founders bleak, and kind of move away from that and try to look at the founders in their own time and in their own way. Now, of course, this is not, I know some people are going to say, well, there were anti-slavery people, so there's no excuse. But if you think of this as a kind of Overton window of the 18th century, then being a slaveholder was not unacceptable. There were structural reasons why, again explained by David Waldstreicher in his book on slavery and the Constitution, why, being from a slave state meant it was easier to become president. But nonetheless, there was anti-slavery, but it was okay to own slaves, essentially, for most people. And so, anyway, I've gone down a little rabbit hole here. I apologize for that. But I think as a non-American, it's easier to stand back. And so it's been easier for me to reach that conclusion that it's not about the self-evident truths, it's about the course of human events. It's about the laws of nature and nature's God. They created I forgot to sort of elaborate on this earlier, a natural law republic in which there were certain kinds of equalities, everyone within the social contract equally entitled to security of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, the unalienable rights. But that did not extend civil rights like the vote to men who were, by virtue of not having property, not circumstantially independent, women who are by nature dependent, and so on. So the natural law republic could accommodate these inequalities, but there was this transition towards a more universalistic view. And I think, you know, as a foreigner, you're able to stand back and look at this a little more dispassionately, I would say.
Great. Thank you. I think this is an opportunity for all of us to ask our questions. Brenda?
Thank you. This is for the gentleman from France. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your last name, but this is for you. So you did say there was censorship in France, and there was a concern who were supporting these revolutionaries, and whose document claims it's their duty to abolish their government, which happens to be a monarchy. And you did say what they were hoping it would just weaken the English. But were there no advisors to Vergennes or to the king and queen saying, you know, this could come back and give people ideas that, yeah, it's a good thing to throw off monarchs, and we are monarchs. So were there people saying we just should not do this?
The easy answer is to say that Vergennes and those in favor of doing something, or waging war on Great Britain, were sort of blinded by the opportunity. You know, they didn't think of any consequences in the future, or they knew, because so that's one easy answer, is to say that there was an opportunity. So there were two positions. If you look at the writings of these people at the time in Versailles, those, because you have to think of the court, of course, as a place of factions. And even Marie Antoinette has her own political faction, who she was against Vergennes, for example. And you have to think that those ministers could be removed at any time. So Vergennes, so he had to navigate like all ministers. So he, of course, there was his first position was, as I said, let the English kill one another, and England is making a mistake in repressing the American rebellion because they are sending troops away from Europe. They will become vulnerable in Europe, and they are spending a lot of money, you know, in the war. So let's wait, but rearmed, and wait at the same time. Then suddenly it evolved into, no, we have this opportunity, we need to do something. But when you read Vergennes, because of course, Spain was much more reluctant because it feared that they would give birth to a nation in the United States, the United States, a nation in North America that would threaten her colonies there. And so we have letters by Vergennes to the Spanish court to say not to worry about it because the United States will be a league of republics. Republics are commercial by nature. Republics do not conquer. Republics do not build the military. So it's safe. That's what Vergennes thought. We have nothing to fear from those United States. Plus, they are very different and they will disagree among themselves. And he was also warned about these ideas and a king who helps rebels. Of course, everybody was aware, but you see. The strange thing, and I think it's related to the fact that the United Colonies or the United States were so far away from Europe, because at the same time in 1782, you had a rebellion in Geneva, and Vergennes, sent troops to put down the rebellion in Geneva, because I was in Europe. So that was a potential seen as a threat to France.
Brendan and then Harry. Brendan?
I don't have, no.
Oh,
I'm waiting.
okay, Harry. Yeah.
I do have a question, and I will ask it. What was the immediate afterlife of the Declaration? In other words, in America and in North America. In other words, it gets read, they begin to print it, they distribute it in different places. When is it invoked? What kind of people use it as the years go on, and how does it feed in? In the case, for example, in France, do they invoke it in 1789? In the case of America, when do they invoke it? It seems to me that they avoid it in the Constitutional Convention. They don't want to really talk about it. But in other words, what's the immediate short-term afterlife of the Declaration itself?
I will plug the APS's exhibition, and our curator, David Gary, is here with us tonight. This is a study of the Declaration in its own time, and then afterwards, there's 19 first and early printings on display in the exhibit. We believe it's the most that's ever been mounted in one location. So if you want an answer to Brendan's question, check out our exhibit.
Eric Slaughter has written and discussed this issue and the reprinting of it and what happens to it in the, say, 20 to 30 years after independence. And I am curious about that perception. When is it invoked? When is it used?
I mean, I think, and Dave, you may want to pipe in, but I think part of the, take in the exhibit is that it becomes much more prominent during that moment when Americans are worrying about the revolutionary generation fading away, and that's where you see some of the great facsimiles done, all with the idea that this needs to be brought to greater attention and awareness. In the immediate aftermath, as everyone here, I'm sure, is aware, I mean, it was read publicly, reprinted in newspapers, throughout. But I really think it's the early 19th century that it takes on a whole nother level. Dave, do you want to add anything? Okay.
Can I just add one thing? It's also about what doesn't happen with the Declaration after it's printed. And the thing I'm thinking of there, I mean, I talked earlier, again, Hannah Span for this, but how the Declaration got transformed into a kind of universal statement about equality and human rights, which it originally wasn't. But of course, there's a famous moment, which we all know, when that did happen with tremendously profound effect, and that, of course, was the Quock Walker case following Elizabeth Freeman in Massachusetts. Right. And that's based on the idea William Cushing said, look, our Constitution of 1780 now says all men are created equal, blah, 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 and all are entitled to liberty. And it's just a couple of years later that those words do not appear in the United States Constitution. And they do appear in constitutions in 1776, not all of them, but in many of them. And so I think part of the afterlife is that, okay, this is now a dangerous set of ideas and can be used in the wrong way. Right. And so, I think those silences are a really important part of the afterlife of the Declaration.
And what motivates them, and probably is the sort of petitions that people were filing, like Prince Hall and Vox Africanorum in Maryland, definitely specifically citing the Declaration as saying that there should not be, that this means that there should be no slavery. Lemuel Haynes, his piece is written in 1776. It's not published. It's apparently shared in later years, shared around among people, but it's marginalized people who naturally sort of take it up because of those words and began, as Hannah and other people have said, to make it something different.
In France, it serves as an inspiration in 1789 for the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen. But then later it gets a little bit forgotten. And ironically, since in 1791, France was trying to build a constitutional monarchy, ironically, it's England that became the example, the model, not 13 republics on the other side of the ocean. But then in 1792, the Federalist Papers are translated into French for the first time. Right. And then France start looking at the constitutional organization, of these new United States. So it becomes a model again.
Interesting.
Harry?
Benjamin Franklin, a historian has said that Benjamin Franklin's gift to the French monarchy was the French Revolution. APS had a very interesting exhibit a few months ago in which the Declaration had been translated into multiple languages, including, for example, Spanish. And I think historians widely agree that the Declaration was a driver for the independence movements all over South and Central America against Spain. So there are multiple revolutions in the wake of the American Revolution all over South America and around the world. I've heard an Italian historian say that Italian independence also is based in part upon the Declaration of Independence and similar principles. So, and finally, of course, in every one of his speeches, every one of Abraham Lincoln's major speeches, he referred to the Declaration of Independence in carrying the principles forward. And of course, Gettysburg Address 77 years ago is a reference to 1776. So my question to the panel is just, to what extent were the principles of the Declaration, in fact, infectious globally, in your opinion? They spread globally, and I'm talking about the best principles of the Declaration, and also here in the United States, going into the 19th century and into the Civil War period.
I'll plug another museum exhibition up the street. The Museum of the American Revolution Declaration's Journey, which is actually exploring that very topic, and I'll let anybody else respond that they want, which is very much in line with what you're saying.
Well, I won't talk for Spain or Latin America, but in France, there are 2-3 things that need to be said that people thought at the time. And it's related to the gentleman's first question. First of all, France, Ancien Régime France, that is before 1789, that is Vergennes and co., they thought of themselves far superior to the British, not militarily. In fact, at one point, Louis XVI asked Vergennes, are we on par with Spain? That is, are we as strong as the British with the help of Spain? So not militarily. But otherwise, when you read Vergennes, he thinks, Great Britain is so aggressive because they envy our wealth. We're more populous, we're larger, we have more resources. So you have to think that, make the effort to think that the people who are in command of France at the time, saw themselves as far superior as Great Britain, even if they lost in 1763. So they saw themselves as, people like Vergennes, they believed in absolute monarchy. Very deeply, very strongly. These are deeply Ancien Régime men. They think that a republic is a bad regime and it would not fit France at all. And they see themselves as a very ancient monarchy. So what happened in the colonies cannot affect us, because how can a colonial situation apply to a monarchy that is 1,000 years old, you see? So this is important to keep in mind, because when the revolution occurs, maybe in the pre-revolution period, 1780s, French people were very, especially intellectuals, philosophers, were very interested in the state constitution, yes. But once the revolution started, America was no longer a model, because then France was following its own, history, and then that's it. France became very self-centered with its revolution.
Very briefly, you couldn't print the Declaration of Independence in Britain because, in the immediate aftermath of the revolution, because it was seditious. It had all these criticisms of the king, and that just wasn't allowed. So you could print criticisms of it, and they did, of course, famously Jeremy Bentham, that someone mentioned earlier, John Lynn, Thomas Hutchinson. But you couldn't print the Declaration. And Britain still has a king. I don't know what to make of that, but there you go.
Great. I don't see any other questions, but I do have a couple of minutes left, and I do have a question maybe to wrap up for each one of you. Oh. So while we work our way up there, Annette, I have a question that I've wanted to ask you. It's a little unfair. I'm going to warn you. But you came to the APS, you spoke, we were at the Free Library, I asked you a million questions, and then you got a million questions from the audience. You're probably getting millions of questions this entire year. Is there a question that you haven't been asked that you've wanted to be asked, or a subject you've wanted to talk about that you haven't?
Not really. No, I've been asked almost all kinds of weird questions. No. No.
Great. Yeah. Bertrand, I guess one more for you. 2026, with your organization, I would love to know what would success look like for you in 2026? What is success? What is your objective?
Well, I hate to say that, but I'm not talking about myself, so I don't have to be modest. I'm talking about 25 scholars together, but I think we have reached success already, because we have 5 special issues of history magazines in French on the American Revolution, one edited volume. Several of the members of the consortium have published their own books, all this in French. And this has never happened before. So I think we made the American Revolution, well, I guess maybe it's boasting too much, but, well, quote unquote, we made the American Revolution more visible, at least to the French public, certainly, but also French academia. So that's a success. And the relationship we have with the APS, with the David Center and the University of Chicago, it's already very successful. And think about the exhibit. They have the exhibit in La Rochelle. That's not in Paris. That's in the provinces. So that's a success. So I would think, of course, I'm not the one, you ask me, otherwise I would not, spontaneously say that we are successful. But I think we've done something, certainly.
You have to say that in your grant. You have to say that in your grant review that you were successful, right?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Steve, yeah. Last question for you before we go to the final question. 2026, a lot of it is about public history, connecting with the public outside of the academy. If you wanted somebody to take one thing from your book, Imagine My Father or My Father-in-Law, what is it that you want them to take away?
Oh my God. This is one of the problems with my book. It's kind of heavy on the political economy and that kind of thing. I did write it as accessibly as I could, but it's pretty difficult to write a book like that for a wider public. I tried to get Virginia Press to put it out as trade, but they decided it was academic. And they know best. One thing to take away from it, I suppose, to sum it up, there was an original declaration, and then there was a reinterpreted declaration that the United States, according to the declaration, was founded as a natural law republic, as you said. It became a natural rights republic. And to that extent, we can re-understand the founders as people of their own time, not villains, not hypocrites, but just people doing the best they could in the only way they knew how.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Last question.
Okay. As someone who's born in Chicago and is a graduate at the University of Chicago, I will say I do think it's in the provinces. Anyway, but my question is this, and maybe Steve just kind of anticipated in what he just said. And that is that if you ask people in this country now who know something about the Declaration, they'll talk to you about the first few sentences, right? Not about all of the details, all of the horrors of the British occupation and so forth. But my understanding, say from the work of Kermit Roosevelt, is that those first few sentences were not very important to the American public until they really were emphasized by Lincoln, for example, in the Gettysburg Address. So my question is, when did those parts of the Declaration really resonate in Europe as distinct from the United States?
I can be brief on this. I don't think they resonated in Britain all that much. I mean, these ideas were old anyway. They weren't brand new. They weren't like, wow, we've never heard anything like this before. Not in the context of their time. Britain didn't really have slavery in the same way that the United States had, except in the Caribbean colonies, which abolished them quite a long time before, which abolished slavery quite a long time before the United States did, but it still took until 1834, 1838. So, I don't know, I don't think the influence was really that, maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, was that great in Great Britain. I would say one thing that, I mean, this was partly to do with the way colonization worked in the parts of the world where it was happening, and also the strength of the British state. Britain switched to more colonies of exploitation, extractive colonies rather than settler colonies after the American Revolution. And I think that although that was kind of happening anyway, that was, they didn't really want to deal with American settler colonials again. They're just too difficult, too hard to handle. So there we go, that's all I can.
Please join me in thanking this panel for the stimulating discussion that they've just given us.
We will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. for light breakfast, and our first panel beginning at 9 a.m. on declaration as text and declaration as icon. So we'll hope to continue the conversation tomorrow. Thank you all for being here.
The question is, if Jefferson were here,
We should have switched it on me and said, well, you know what, thank you.
Thank you. We're one third of the way done. We're 1/3 of the way done. Hey, you're here.
I just arrived. I just wanted to say a quick goodbye.
Okay.
Because I won't see you again because you're leaving soon.
Yeah,
right?
Monday. Thank you so much for everything.
It's so nice to see you. So I'll see you next year.
Ok, avec plaisir. Au revoir.
Bon fin de semaine.
Merci, merci. Au revoir.
Not right now. Okay.
Hey, Annette. Nice to see you. Hey, Patrick. Can I have a message